In the shadowy depths of history lies a lost empire, buried beneath whispers of legend. A kingdom vanished, forgotten by time. Tartessos. The name alone conjures visions of a civilization so grand it echoes like a myth. Scholars call it the Atlantis of Iberia, a mysterious realm of boundless wealth and dazzling culture. Yet today, Tartessos defies understanding, leaving even the sharpest minds baffled. Recent discoveries have uncovered stunning artifacts and enigmatic writings, sparking fierce debates among scientists. What truths hide within the ruins of Tartessos? Tartessos was an ancient civilization that flourished in the southern Iberian Peninsula, in what is now modern-day Spain, between the 8th and 6th centuries BCE. This enigmatic culture was known to the Greeks and Phoenicians as a wealthy and advanced society, rich in precious metals and possessing sophisticated metalworking techniques. The mystery surrounding Tartessos stems from the fact that its exact location and many aspects of its culture remain elusive to archaeologists and historians. Despite numerous references in ancient texts, including works by Greek and Roman writers, no definitive archaeological site has been conclusively identified as the capital city of Tartessos. Adding to the intrigue, Tartessos seemingly vanished from history around 550 BCE, leaving behind few traces of its existence. This sudden disappearance has led to numerous theories about what might have happened to this once prosperous civilization. Some speculate that natural disasters, such as floods or earthquakes, could have played a role, while others suggest that changing trade patterns or conflicts with other Mediterranean powers might have contributed to its decline. The limited archaeological evidence that has been uncovered hints at a culture with advanced knowledge of astronomy, agriculture, and maritime trade. However, the lack of extensive physical remains and the absence of deciphered Tartessian writings have left many questions unanswered, fueling ongoing debates and research into this fascinating ancient civilization. Tartessos was an ancient civilization believed to have flourished in the southwestern region of the Iberian Peninsula, in what is now modern-day southern Spain. Historical and archaeological evidence suggests that this enigmatic culture was centered around the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, which flows into the Atlantic Ocean near the present-day city of Cadiz. The exact location of Tartessos has been a subject of debate among historians and archaeologists for centuries. Some scholars propose that its main city might have been situated in the marshlands of Doñana National Park, while others suggest it could have been located near the ancient Roman settlement of Italica, close to present-day Seville. Tartessos was renowned for its wealth, particularly its abundance of precious metals such as silver, gold, and tin. This prosperity attracted the attention of ancient Mediterranean civilizations, including the Phoenicians and Greeks, who established trading relationships with the Tartessians. Despite its significance in ancient texts and legends, the precise boundaries and extent of Tartessian influence remain somewhat mysterious. Ongoing archaeological investigations continue to shed light on this fascinating culture, gradually unveiling the secrets of a civilization that once thrived at the edge of the known world. The Tartessian civilization is believed to have flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era. This ancient culture developed in the southwestern region of the Iberian Peninsula, primarily in what is now modern-day Andalusia, Spain. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tartessos was a sophisticated society with advanced metalworking skills, particularly in bronze and silver. Tartessos rose to prominence during a time of increased Mediterranean trade and cultural exchange. The civilization likely benefited from its strategic location near rich mineral deposits, especially silver, which attracted Phoenician traders. This interaction with other Mediterranean cultures, including the Greeks, contributed to the development and prosperity of Tartessian society. However, much about Tartessos remains shrouded in mystery. Ancient Greek and Roman writers mentioned this civilization in their texts, often describing it as a wealthy and culturally advanced kingdom. Yet, the exact nature and extent of Tartessian political organization are still debated among historians and archaeologists. The decline of Tartessos occurred around the end of the 6th century before Common Era, possibly due to changing trade patterns, resource depletion, or conflicts with other emerging powers in the region. Despite its relatively short period of prominence, the Tartessian civilization left a lasting impact on the cultural and economic development of ancient Iberia. Tartessos holds a unique place in ancient history as a civilization shrouded in mystery. This Iberian culture flourished in southern Spain between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era, leaving behind tantalizing traces of its existence but few concrete details. Archaeologists and historians often label Tartessos a lost civilization because much of its story remains untold, with limited physical evidence and fragmented historical accounts. The ancient Greeks and Romans wrote about Tartessos, describing a wealthy and advanced society rich in metal resources, particularly silver. However, the exact location of its capital city and the full extent of its territory remain unknown. This lack of precise information contributes to its status as a lost civilization, as researchers continue to search for definitive proof of its boundaries and cultural achievements. Adding to the enigma, Tartessos seemingly vanished from historical records around 500 before Common Era. The reasons for its decline and eventual disappearance are still debated, with theories ranging from natural disasters to economic collapse or conquest by other powers. This sudden absence from the historical narrative further cements its reputation as a lost civilization. The allure of Tartessos lies in its potential to reveal new insights into ancient Mediterranean trade networks and cultural exchanges. As archaeologists uncover more evidence, the hope is that this lost civilization will gradually come into clearer focus, shedding light on a crucial period in European and North African history. Ancient Greek and Roman writers portrayed Tartessos as a mysterious and wealthy land located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. These classical authors often describe Tartessos as a prosperous kingdom rich in precious metals, particularly silver and tin. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century before Common Era, mentioned Tartessos as a thriving port city that traded with the Phoenicians. He recounted the story of a Greek explorer named Coleus who was blown off course and accidentally discovered this fabled land, returning home with immense riches. Roman authors like Pliny the Elder and Avienus also wrote about Tartessos, describing it as an advanced civilization with a sophisticated culture and a powerful king. They spoke of its abundant natural resources and fertile lands, painting a picture of an almost utopian society at the edge of the known world. These ancient accounts, while often embellished and mixed with myth, have fueled centuries of speculation about the true nature and location of Tartessos. Modern archaeologists continue to search for concrete evidence of this enigmatic civilization, which may have flourished in southern Spain during the Bronze Age and early Iron Age. Our knowledge of Tartessos comes primarily from ancient Greek and Roman texts, as well as archaeological discoveries in southern Spain. Ancient writers like Herodotus and Strabo mention Tartessos as a wealthy kingdom located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. These historical accounts, though sometimes mixed with myth, provide valuable insights into the culture and trade of this enigmatic civilization. Archaeological excavations have unearthed significant evidence of Tartessian culture. Sites such as Huelva, Seville, and Cadiz have yielded artifacts that shed light on Tartessian metalworking, architecture, and daily life. Notable finds include intricate gold and silver jewelry, bronze figurines, and pottery with distinctive geometric patterns. These material remains help archaeologists piece together the technological and artistic achievements of the Tartessians. Epigraphic sources, including inscriptions found on stone slabs and metal objects, offer glimpses into the Tartessian language and writing system. Though not fully deciphered, these inscriptions provide crucial information about the linguistic and cultural identity of the Tartessians. The combination of these diverse sources allows researchers to form a more comprehensive, albeit still incomplete, picture of this ancient Iberian civilization. Recent advances in archaeometallurgy and geochemical analysis have also contributed to our understanding of Tartessian mining and metallurgy, key aspects of their economy and technological prowess. These scientific techniques help trace the origins of metals and reveal the extensive trade networks that connected Tartessos to other Mediterranean cultures. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in the southern Iberian Peninsula, straddles the line between history and legend. Some scholars consider it semi-mythical due to the scarcity of concrete archaeological evidence and the often romanticized accounts in ancient texts. Greek and Roman writers describe Tartessos as a wealthy and advanced society, rich in silver and other precious metals. However, the exact location and extent of this civilization remain elusive. Despite extensive archaeological efforts, no definitive city or settlement has been conclusively identified as the capital of Tartessos. The limited physical evidence, combined with the sometimes fantastical descriptions in ancient literature, has led some researchers to question the full historical reality of Tartessos. They argue that the accounts may have been exaggerated or conflated with other cultures in the region. Nevertheless, archaeological discoveries in southern Spain have revealed artifacts and settlements that likely belong to the Tartessian culture, suggesting a real historical basis. This mix of tantalizing clues and enduring mysteries continues to fuel scholarly debate about the true nature and extent of this enigmatic civilization. Tartessos was a unique and enigmatic civilization that flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula from around 1100 to 540 BCE. Unlike its contemporaries in the Mediterranean, such as the Greeks and Phoenicians, Tartessos developed independently, creating a distinct culture that blended indigenous traditions with influences from more advanced civilizations. One of the most striking aspects of Tartessos was its wealth, primarily derived from rich mineral resources, especially silver and tin. This abundance of precious metals allowed Tartessos to engage in extensive trade networks, rivaling and even surpassing some of the major powers of the time. The Tartessians were skilled metalworkers, producing intricate jewelry and advanced bronze items that showcase their technological prowess. In terms of urban development, Tartessos was remarkably advanced for its time and location. Archaeological evidence suggests the existence of well-planned cities with sophisticated architecture, including large public buildings and complex drainage systems. This level of urban sophistication was uncommon in the Western Mediterranean during this period, setting Tartessos apart from many of its neighbors. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Tartessos was its writing system. While other civilizations in the region were adopting or adapting existing scripts, the Tartessians developed their own unique writing system. This script, though not fully deciphered, demonstrates the independent nature of Tartessian culture and their intellectual achievements. The existence of this distinct writing system places Tartessos among the more advanced societies of its time, showcasing a level of cultural complexity that rivaled the better-known civilizations of the ancient world. Tartessos holds a unique place in the study of ancient history, representing one of the earliest known urban civilizations in the Western Mediterranean. Located in what is now southern Spain, this enigmatic culture flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries BCE, predating Roman influence in the region. The significance of Tartessos lies in its role as a crucial link between the advanced civilizations of the Eastern Mediterranean and the less developed societies of Western Europe. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tartessos was a wealthy and sophisticated society, engaging in extensive trade networks that stretched from the British Isles to the Levant. This trade, particularly in valuable metals such as silver, gold, and tin, contributed to the economic and cultural development of the entire Mediterranean region. Tartessos also provides valuable insights into the technological advancements of the time. The culture is believed to have developed advanced metallurgical techniques, including the ability to work with iron, which was still a relatively new material in that era. These skills likely contributed to their economic success and influenced neighboring cultures. Furthermore, the study of Tartessos sheds light on the complex interactions between indigenous Iberian peoples and Phoenician colonists. This cultural exchange played a significant role in shaping the unique identity of Tartessos and offers a fascinating case study in early globalization and cultural assimilation in the ancient world. Tartessos has long fascinated scholars and the general public due to its enigmatic nature and the air of mystery surrounding its existence. This ancient civilization, believed to have flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium before Common Era, has been shrouded in legend and speculation for centuries. One of the main reasons Tartessos captivates imaginations is its association with wealth and advanced culture. Ancient Greek and Roman sources describe Tartessos as a land of riches, particularly known for its abundance of silver and other precious metals. This portrayal of a prosperous, sophisticated society hidden in the western edges of the known world has fueled curiosity and sparked countless theories about its true nature and fate. The sudden disappearance of Tartessos from historical records adds another layer of intrigue. Scholars have proposed various explanations for its decline, ranging from natural disasters to invasions or economic collapse. This mysterious vanishing act has led some to draw parallels with other legendary lost civilizations, further enhancing its allure in popular culture. Moreover, the limited archaeological evidence of Tartessos has allowed for wide-ranging interpretations and speculations about its culture, technology, and connections to other ancient civilizations. This blend of historical mentions, archaeological mysteries, and the potential for new discoveries continues to make Tartessos a compelling subject for both academic study and public fascination. Tartessos, an ancient civilization shrouded in mystery, is believed to have flourished in the southwestern region of the Iberian Peninsula, primarily in what is now modern-day Andalusia. Archaeological evidence and historical accounts suggest that this enigmatic culture was centered around the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, which flows into the Gulf of Cadiz. The exact location of Tartessos remains a subject of debate among historians and archaeologists. Some researchers propose that its main city might have been situated near present-day Seville, while others argue for sites closer to the coast, such as Huelva or the Doñana National Park. The latter area, with its extensive marshlands and shifting coastline, has yielded intriguing artifacts that hint at a sophisticated Bronze Age society. Recent excavations have uncovered promising sites in the provinces of Huelva, Seville, and Cadiz. These discoveries include advanced metalworking facilities, elaborate burial grounds, and evidence of long-distance trade networks. Such findings support the idea that Tartessos was a wealthy and technologically advanced civilization that thrived on its rich mineral resources and maritime commerce. Despite ongoing research, the precise boundaries and urban centers of Tartessos remain elusive. The search continues, with new technologies and interdisciplinary approaches shedding light on this fascinating culture that once dominated southern Spain before fading into legend. The Guadalquivir River was a vital lifeline for the ancient Tartessian civilization, shaping its development and prosperity. This major waterway, located in what is now southern Spain, provided a crucial transportation route for the Tartessians, allowing them to establish trade networks with other Mediterranean cultures. The fertile lands surrounding the Guadalquivir River supported agriculture, enabling the Tartessians to cultivate crops and sustain their population. This agricultural abundance formed the foundation of their economy and allowed them to engage in trade with distant partners. Perhaps most significantly, the Guadalquivir River granted the Tartessians access to rich mineral deposits, particularly silver, in the nearby Sierra Morena Mountains. The river facilitated the transport of these valuable resources, contributing to Tartessos becoming renowned for its mineral wealth and metalworking expertise. The strategic location of Tartessian settlements along the Guadalquivir also provided natural protection against potential invaders, while simultaneously allowing the civilization to control maritime trade routes. This combination of factors enabled Tartessos to flourish as one of the earliest urban societies in the Western Mediterranean, with the Guadalquivir River at the heart of its success. The geography of southern Spain played a crucial role in the development of Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in the region around 3,000 years ago. The area's unique landscape and natural resources provided the foundation for Tartessos to become a prosperous and influential culture. The fertile lands of the Guadalquivir River Valley offered ideal conditions for agriculture, allowing the Tartessians to cultivate crops and support a growing population. This agricultural abundance provided the basis for a stable society and enabled the development of more complex social structures. Perhaps most significantly, the region was rich in valuable mineral resources, particularly silver, copper, and tin. These metals were highly prized in the ancient world, and their abundance allowed Tartessos to become a major trading power. The nearby Sierra Morena Mountains contained substantial deposits of these minerals, which the Tartessians expertly mined and processed. The strategic location of Tartessos along the southern coast of Spain also contributed to its success. With access to both the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, the civilization was well positioned to engage in maritime trade with other cultures, including the Phoenicians and Greeks. This geographical advantage allowed Tartessos to act as a crucial intermediary between the Mediterranean world and the resources of the Iberian Peninsula, further enhancing its wealth and influence in the region. The Tartessian region, located in southwestern Spain, was renowned for its wealth of natural resources. This area, which flourished during the first millennium BCE, was particularly rich in valuable metals. Silver was one of the most prized resources found in abundance in Tartessos. The region's silver mines were so productive that they became famous throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. Gold was another precious metal that could be found in the rivers and mines of Tartessos. The alluvial deposits in the riverbeds were especially rich in gold, allowing for relatively easy extraction. Copper was also plentiful in the region, contributing to the area's importance in early metallurgy and trade. In addition to these valuable metals, Tartessos was known for its deposits of tin. This resource was crucial for the production of bronze, an alloy highly sought after in the ancient world. The combination of these metal resources made Tartessos a significant center of trade and wealth in the Western Mediterranean. Beyond metals, the region boasted fertile agricultural land, supporting crops and livestock. The nearby sea provided abundant fish, while the forested areas offered timber for shipbuilding and construction. This diverse range of natural resources contributed to the prosperity and influence of Tartessian civilization in its heyday. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, owed much of its success to its strategic location near both the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. This unique geographical position allowed Tartessos to become a major trading hub, connecting the maritime routes of these two important bodies of water. The Atlantic Ocean provided Tartessos with access to valuable resources, particularly tin from the British Isles. Tin was a crucial component in the production of bronze, making it highly sought after by Mediterranean civilizations. By controlling the trade of this precious metal, Tartessos gained significant wealth and influence. Meanwhile, the proximity to the Mediterranean Sea allowed Tartessos to establish trade relationships with advanced civilizations such as the Phoenicians, Greeks, and later the Carthaginians. These connections not only brought economic prosperity, but also facilitated cultural exchange, influencing Tartessian art, architecture, and technology. The combination of Atlantic and Mediterranean access positioned Tartessos as a vital intermediary between the resources of the Atlantic world and the markets of the Mediterranean. This unique role contributed to the development of a sophisticated and prosperous society that left a lasting impact on the history of the Iberian Peninsula. The Tartessian region, located in what is now southern Spain, experienced a Mediterranean climate during its peak period around 2,700 years ago. This climate was characterized by warm, dry summers and mild, wet winters, creating favorable conditions for agriculture and settlement. The area benefited from ample rainfall, particularly during the cooler months, which supported the growth of diverse vegetation. Forests of oak and pine covered the nearby hills, while the lowlands were suitable for cultivating crops such as wheat, barley, and olives. The Guadalquivir River and its tributaries provided a reliable source of fresh water, essential for both agriculture and daily life. Coastal areas of Tartessos enjoyed moderate temperatures year-round due to the influence of the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. This maritime effect helped create a more stable climate compared to inland regions, making it attractive for trade and settlement. Evidence suggests that the climate during this period was slightly warmer and wetter than it is today, contributing to the prosperity of the Tartessian civilization. This favorable climate played a crucial role in supporting the region's thriving economy, which was based on agriculture, metalworking, and extensive trade networks. The ancient civilization of Tartessos thrived in the region now known as Andalusia, benefiting greatly from its rich and diverse landscape. The fertile plains of the Guadalquivir River Valley provided ideal conditions for agriculture, allowing the Tartessians to cultivate crops and support a growing population. This agricultural abundance formed the foundation of their prosperous society. Equally crucial to Tartessos's success was the mineral wealth hidden beneath the Andalusian soil. The Sierra Morena Mountains, stretching across the northern part of the region, were rich in deposits of silver, copper, and other valuable metals. The Tartessians became skilled metallurgists, extracting and working these resources with remarkable expertise. Their mastery of metalworking not only fueled their own economic growth, but also made them valuable trading partners for other Mediterranean civilizations. The coastal location of Tartessos played a pivotal role in its rise to prominence. With access to both the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea, the Tartessians became accomplished seafarers and traders. They established a network of maritime trade routes, exchanging their agricultural produce and metalwork for exotic goods from distant lands. This strategic position allowed them to act as intermediaries between the cultures of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, further enhancing their wealth and influence. The combination of fertile land, mineral riches, and maritime access created a perfect storm of opportunity for the Tartessians. The landscape of Andalusia not only provided the resources necessary for their civilization to flourish, but also positioned them at the crossroads of ancient trade networks, setting the stage for their remarkable prosperity and cultural achievements. As we explore the ancient world, we find that Tartessos was not isolated in its corner of the Iberian Peninsula. Several other civilizations flourished in the region during the same period, creating a rich tapestry of cultures and trade networks. The Phoenicians, master seafarers from the eastern Mediterranean, established numerous colonies along the southern coast of Spain. Their city of Guadir, now modern-day Cadiz, was a major trading hub and likely had significant interactions with Tartessos. These skilled merchants brought their alphabet, which some scholars believe influenced Tartessian writing. Further inland, various Iberian cultures thrived, each with its unique customs and artistic traditions. These indigenous peoples, though less well known than their coastal neighbors, played crucial roles in the region's economy and cultural development. They often acted as intermediaries between Tartessos and the interior of the peninsula. To the north, Celtic tribes began migrating into the Iberian Peninsula around the same time Tartessos was at its height. While direct contact between Celts and Tartessians is debated, their presence certainly shaped the cultural landscape of ancient Iberia. This complex mix of civilizations created a dynamic environment where trade, ideas, and technologies flowed freely, contributing to the legendary wealth and sophistication of Tartessos. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, shrouded in mystery and legend, owed much of its enigmatic nature to its geographical location. Situated in the southwestern region of the Iberian Peninsula, in what is now modern-day Spain, Tartessos occupied a strategic position at the confluence of the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. This unique location allowed the Tartessians to control access to valuable mineral resources, particularly silver and tin, which were highly prized by other ancient civilizations. The region's complex network of rivers, including the Guadalquivir, created a fertile delta that supported agriculture and trade. However, this same landscape also contributed to the civilization's eventual obscurity. Over time, the rivers deposited large amounts of sediment, altering the coastline and burying many Tartessian sites beneath layers of silt and mud. This geological process effectively hid much of the physical evidence of Tartessos from later explorers and archaeologists. Furthermore, the relative isolation of the region from other major Mediterranean powers of the time, such as the Greeks and Phoenicians, led to limited historical records about Tartessos. Most of what we know comes from second-hand accounts and legends, further deepening the mystery surrounding this ancient culture. The geographical barriers that once protected Tartessos and allowed it to flourish ultimately contributed to its fading into obscurity. The combination of changing landscapes, limited historical documentation, and the passage of time has transformed Tartessos into a tantalizing archaeological puzzle. Its geographical location, once a source of strength and prosperity, now presents a challenge to those seeking to uncover the truth about this enigmatic civilization. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, shrouded in mystery and legend, is believed to have flourished in the southwestern region of the Iberian Peninsula. Today, this area corresponds to parts of modern-day Spain, specifically within the autonomous community of Andalusia. The city of Huelva, located at the confluence of the Odiel and Tinto rivers, is one of the prime candidates for the location of ancient Tartessos. Archaeological evidence suggests that this area was a significant center of activity during the Tartessian period. Another important site is the modern city of Seville, situated on the banks of the Guadalquivir River. This river, known in ancient times as the Baetis, was crucial to Tartessian trade and culture. Further south, the city of Cadiz, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Western Europe, is also associated with Tartessos. Some scholars believe that Cadiz, founded by the Phoenicians, may have been built near or on top of an earlier Tartessian settlement. The nearby town of Doñana, located within the Doñana National Park, has also yielded artifacts potentially linked to Tartessian culture. While the exact location of Tartessos remains uncertain, ongoing archaeological research in these modern cities and surrounding areas continues to uncover new evidence about this enigmatic civilization. The legacy of Tartessos lives on in the rich cultural heritage of these Andalusian cities, blending ancient mysteries with contemporary urban life. Historians and archaeologists generally place the emergence of Tartessos as a distinct culture around the Late Bronze Age, approximately 3,000 years ago. This ancient civilization flourished in the southwestern region of the Iberian Peninsula in what is now modern-day Spain. The origins of Tartessos are somewhat shrouded in mystery, but evidence suggests that it developed from local indigenous cultures that had inhabited the area for millennia. These early inhabitants gradually evolved into a more complex society, likely influenced by contact with Phoenician traders who began to establish colonies along the coast. Archaeological findings indicate that Tartessos reached its peak between the 8th and 6th centuries before the Common Era. During this period, the culture became renowned for its metalworking skills, particularly in gold, silver, and bronze. The region's rich mineral resources played a crucial role in the development and prosperity of Tartessian society. While the exact timeline of Tartessos remains a subject of ongoing research, its influence on the region is evident in the archaeological record. The culture's eventual decline and disappearance around the 5th century before the Common Era adds another layer of intrigue to this fascinating civilization. The earliest known references to Tartessos come from ancient Greek sources dating back to the 6th century BCE. The Greek poet Anacreon mentioned Tartessos in his works, describing it as a prosperous and distant land rich in silver. Around the same time, the historian Herodotus wrote about Tartessos in his accounts, referring to it as a kingdom beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. These early Greek accounts paint a picture of Tartessos as a wealthy and mysterious realm at the edge of the known world. They spoke of a sophisticated civilization with a powerful king and abundant natural resources, particularly silver and other precious metals. The Greeks associated Tartessos with the legendary king Arganthonios, who was said to have lived for 120 years and ruled for 80 of them. Interestingly, some scholars believe that references to Tartessos may appear even earlier in biblical texts. The land of Tarshish mentioned in the Old Testament is sometimes identified as Tartessos, though this connection remains a subject of debate among historians and archaeologists. While these early references provide tantalizing glimpses of Tartessos, they also highlight the limited and often mythologized nature of ancient knowledge about this enigmatic civilization. The true extent and nature of Tartessos continue to be subjects of ongoing research and archaeological investigation. The Tartessian civilization, an enigmatic culture that flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, is believed to have existed for approximately 500 years. This ancient society emerged around the 9th century before the Common Era and persisted until the late 6th or early 5th century before the Common Era. Archaeologists and historians have pieced together evidence from various sources to estimate the duration of Tartessian influence. The civilization's rise coincided with the expansion of Phoenician trade networks in the Western Mediterranean, which brought new technologies and cultural exchanges to the region. Tartessos thrived during this period, developing a sophisticated metalworking industry and establishing itself as a significant trading power. The decline of Tartessos remains a subject of debate among scholars. Some theories suggest that changing trade patterns, resource depletion, or conflicts with other Mediterranean powers contributed to its downfall. The arrival of Carthaginian influence in the area may have also played a role in the gradual fading of Tartessian culture. Despite its relatively short existence in the grand scale of human history, the Tartessian civilization left a lasting impact on the Iberian Peninsula. Its legacy can be seen in archaeological remains, linguistic influences, and the enduring mystery surrounding its true nature and extent. The ancient civilization of Tartessos flourished in the southern Iberian Peninsula during a time of significant global developments. As Tartessos reached its peak between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era, the world was experiencing a period of cultural and political transformation. In the Mediterranean region, the Phoenicians were expanding their maritime trade network, establishing colonies along the coast. This expansion brought them into contact with Tartessos, influencing its culture and economy. Simultaneously, the Greek city-states were entering their archaic period, marked by the emergence of new forms of government and the spread of Greek colonies throughout the Mediterranean. Further east, the Neo-Assyrian Empire was at the height of its power, dominating much of the Middle East. In the later years of Tartessos, the rise of the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great began to reshape the political landscape of the ancient world. Meanwhile, in China, the Zhou dynasty was transitioning from the spring and autumn period to the Warring States period, a time of philosophical and technological advancement. As Tartessos declined in the 6th century before Common Era, the Roman Republic was in its infancy, setting the stage for the eventual rise of the Roman Empire. These concurrent events highlight the dynamic nature of the ancient world during the existence of Tartessos, showcasing a period of significant cultural exchange and political evolution across multiple continents. Tartessos flourished as a mysterious and advanced civilization on the Iberian Peninsula during a crucial period of Mediterranean history. Its timeline largely overlaps with the rise and fall of several other notable ancient cultures in the region. The Tartessian civilization emerged around the 9th or 8th century before Common Era, coinciding with the early stages of the Greek Archaic period and the height of Phoenician expansion in the Western Mediterranean. This era saw increased maritime trade and cultural exchange throughout the region, with Tartessos playing a significant role as a wealthy trading partner. At its peak, Tartessos was contemporary with the Neo-Assyrian Empire in Mesopotamia and the 26th dynasty of Egypt. It also overlapped with the founding and early years of Rome, as well as the later stages of the Etruscan civilization in Italy. The Tartessian period of prosperity aligned closely with the Orientalizing phase in Greek art and culture, reflecting the broader trends of Eastern influence across the Mediterranean. The decline of Tartessos, occurring around the 6th century before Common Era, coincided with the rise of Carthage as a dominant power in the Western Mediterranean. This shift in regional dynamics also overlapped with the transition from the Archaic to the Classical period in Greece, marking a time of significant cultural and political changes throughout the Mediterranean world. The ancient civilization of Tartessos flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, benefiting from several key factors. Its strategic location along the Guadalquivir River delta provided access to rich mineral deposits and fertile agricultural land. This geographical advantage allowed Tartessos to become a major trading hub, connecting the Mediterranean world with the Atlantic coast. The abundance of silver and copper in the region played a crucial role in Tartessos's rise to prominence. These valuable metals attracted Phoenician traders who established colonies nearby and engaged in extensive commerce with the Tartessians. This interaction introduced new technologies and cultural influences, spurring rapid development and urbanization in Tartessian society. Tartessos also benefited from advanced agricultural techniques, including sophisticated irrigation systems that allowed for increased food production. This agricultural surplus supported population growth and enabled the development of complex social structures and specialized crafts. The Tartessians' mastery of seafaring and their knowledge of Atlantic trade routes further enhanced their economic power. They likely ventured as far as Britain in search of tin, establishing far-reaching trade networks that contributed to their wealth and influence in the ancient world. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, is believed to have declined and disappeared around the 6th century BCE. This mysterious culture, known for its wealth and advanced metalworking skills, left behind few tangible remains, adding to the intrigue surrounding its demise. Several factors likely contributed to the downfall of Tartessos. One significant event was the arrival of the Carthaginians in the region. These powerful newcomers disrupted the established trade networks that had been crucial to Tartessian prosperity. The Carthaginians sought to control the lucrative metal trade, particularly in silver and tin, which had been a cornerstone of Tartessian wealth. Climate change may have also played a role in the decline of Tartessos. Some researchers suggest that a period of increased aridity in the region could have affected agricultural production and resource availability, putting strain on the civilization. Additionally, changes in river courses and coastal landscapes might have altered the geography that had once favored Tartessian maritime trade. Another theory points to internal social and political factors. As with many ancient societies, Tartessos may have experienced internal conflicts, power struggles, or a breakdown in its social structure that weakened its ability to withstand external pressures. The combination of these various factors likely led to the gradual fading of Tartessian culture and its eventual disappearance from historical records. Determining the chronology of the Tartessian civilization poses significant challenges for archaeologists and historians. This ancient culture, which flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium before Common Era, left behind limited written records and archaeological evidence. Scholars rely on a combination of methods to piece together the timeline of Tartessian society. One key approach involves analyzing artifacts found at Tartessian sites. Pottery styles, metalwork techniques, and other material remains provide valuable clues about the civilization's development and its interactions with neighboring cultures. By comparing these artifacts to those from better-dated societies, such as the Phoenicians and Greeks, researchers can establish relative dates for Tartessian settlements and cultural phases. Radiocarbon dating plays a crucial role in refining the chronology. Organic materials found in Tartessian contexts, such as charcoal or bone, can be dated using this method. However, the scarcity of well-preserved organic samples sometimes limits the application of radiocarbon dating. Additionally, scholars examine historical accounts from Greek and Roman writers who mention Tartessos, although these sources often contain mythical elements and must be interpreted cautiously. Epigraphic evidence, including Tartessian inscriptions and references in other ancient texts, also contributes to our understanding of the civilization's timeline. By studying the evolution of the Tartessian script and comparing it to other writing systems of the period, researchers can infer approximate dates for certain cultural developments. Despite these efforts, many aspects of Tartessian chronology remain uncertain, and ongoing archaeological discoveries continue to refine our knowledge of this enigmatic civilization. Establishing a precise timeline for Tartessos presents several significant challenges for archaeologists and historians. The primary difficulty lies in the scarcity of written records from the Tartessian civilization itself. Most of our knowledge comes from secondary sources, such as Greek and Roman texts, which often contain conflicting or incomplete information. The archaeological evidence also poses challenges. Many Tartessian sites have been disturbed or destroyed by later civilizations, making it difficult to establish clear stratigraphic sequences. Additionally, the overlap between Tartessian culture and other contemporary civilizations, such as the Phoenicians, complicates the identification of distinctly Tartessian artifacts and settlements. Dating methods add another layer of complexity. While radiocarbon dating can provide approximate time ranges, it lacks the precision needed to create a detailed chronology of Tartessian events and cultural developments. The scarcity of organic materials suitable for radiocarbon dating at many sites further compounds this issue. Furthermore, the gradual nature of cultural change and the potential for regional variations within the Tartessian sphere of influence make it challenging to pinpoint specific dates for the rise, peak, and decline of this enigmatic civilization. These factors combined create significant obstacles in constructing a precise timeline for Tartessos, leaving many aspects of its history open to interpretation and ongoing research. Our understanding of Tartessos and its historical timeline has undergone significant changes as archaeological discoveries and historical research have progressed. Initially, Tartessos was known primarily through ancient Greek and Roman texts, which portrayed it as a wealthy and mysterious civilization in the far west of the Mediterranean. These early accounts placed Tartessos in a somewhat mythical context, making it difficult to establish a precise chronology. Archaeological excavations in southern Spain during the 20th century began to shed new light on the Tartessian culture. Researchers initially dated the height of Tartessian civilization to around the 8th to 6th centuries BCE, based on findings of elaborate metalwork and evidence of trade with Phoenicians and Greeks. However, more recent discoveries have pushed the timeline of Tartessian culture further back. Current evidence suggests that the roots of Tartessian society can be traced to the Late Bronze Age, around the 12th or 11th century BCE. This earlier dating is supported by findings of indigenous pottery styles and settlement patterns that predate significant Phoenician influence. The period of Tartessian florescence is now generally considered to span from the 9th to the 6th centuries BCE, with the culture experiencing decline and transformation in the face of Carthaginian expansion in the 5th century BCE. Ongoing research continues to refine our understanding of Tartessos's timeline. New excavations and analytical techniques are revealing a more complex picture of Tartessian society, suggesting a longer period of cultural development and interaction with other Mediterranean civilizations than previously thought. This evolving timeline highlights the dynamic nature of archaeological research and the challenges of reconstructing ancient histories. Tartessos remains one of the most enigmatic ancient civilizations, with archaeological evidence scattered across southern Spain. The city of Huelva stands out as a key site where extensive excavations have unearthed numerous Tartessian artifacts, including intricate gold jewelry and pottery. These findings suggest Huelva may have been a major Tartessian port and trading center. Another crucial site is Doñana National Park, where researchers have discovered what they believe to be the lost city of Tartessos itself. Using satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar, archaeologists have identified a large urban complex buried beneath the marshlands. This discovery has reignited interest in the search for the Tartessian capital. The Cancho Roano site in Extremadura provides insight into Tartessian religious practices. This well-preserved sanctuary complex features multiple layers of occupation, indicating its long-term importance to the Tartessian people. The site has yielded numerous votive offerings and religious artifacts, shedding light on Tartessian spiritual beliefs. Lastly, the necropolis of La Joya near Huelva has revealed elaborate burial practices and social stratification within Tartessian society. The rich grave goods found here, including chariots, weapons, and precious metals, point to a sophisticated culture with far-reaching trade connections. These sites collectively paint a picture of a wealthy, complex civilization that flourished in ancient Iberia. Archaeologists have unearthed a variety of artifacts associated with the ancient Tartessian civilization, shedding light on their sophisticated culture and trade networks. Gold and silver jewelry, including intricate diadems and necklaces, showcase their advanced metalworking skills. These precious objects often feature delicate filigree work and granulation techniques, demonstrating the artistic prowess of Tartessian craftsmen. Ceramic vessels and pottery fragments provide insights into daily life and trade relations. Many of these ceramics display distinctive geometric patterns and motifs unique to Tartessian culture. Some vessels bear inscriptions in the Tartessian script, one of the earliest writing systems in the Iberian Peninsula, offering tantalizing clues about their language and communication methods. Bronze figurines and statues have also been discovered, depicting deities, warriors, and animals. These sculptures reveal aspects of Tartessian religious beliefs and artistic conventions. Additionally, archaeologists have found remains of sophisticated irrigation systems and agricultural tools, indicating advanced farming practices. Perhaps most intriguing are the remnants of large-scale architecture, including defensive walls and monumental buildings, which suggest the existence of well-organized urban centers. These structures, combined with imported luxury goods from distant Mediterranean cultures, paint a picture of a wealthy and influential civilization that flourished in southern Iberia during the first millennium before the Common Era. Modern archaeological techniques have revolutionized our understanding of Tartessos, the enigmatic ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain. Advanced remote sensing technologies, including ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery, have allowed archaeologists to identify potential Tartessian sites without disturbing the ground. These methods have revealed the layout of ancient cities and helped pinpoint areas for targeted excavation. Interdisciplinary approaches combining archaeology with geomorphology and paleoecology have provided crucial insights into the environmental context of Tartessian settlements. By analyzing sediment cores and pollen samples, scientists have reconstructed the ancient landscape, showing how Tartessians adapted to and modified their surroundings. This research has highlighted the importance of metalworking and trade in Tartessian society, confirming historical accounts of their mineral wealth. Improved dating techniques, such as accelerator mass spectrometry, radiocarbon dating, and dendrochronology, have allowed for more precise chronologies of Tartessian sites. This has helped clarify the timeline of Tartessian development and its interactions with other Mediterranean cultures. Additionally, advanced chemical analysis of artifacts, including trace element and isotope studies, has shed light on trade networks and the origins of raw materials used by Tartessian craftsmen. Digital technologies have also played a crucial role in advancing Tartessian studies. Three-dimensional scanning and modeling of artifacts and sites have enabled detailed analysis and virtual reconstructions, offering new perspectives on Tartessian architecture and material culture. These digital tools, combined with database management systems, have facilitated the integration and interpretation of vast amounts of archaeological data, leading to a more comprehensive understanding of this fascinating ancient civilization. Archaeologists studying Tartessian sites encounter several significant challenges. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, which flourished in southern Spain during the Bronze Age and early Iron Age, remains shrouded in mystery due to limited historical records and archaeological evidence. One major obstacle is the scarcity of well-preserved Tartessian sites. Many potential locations are buried beneath modern cities or have been damaged by centuries of agricultural activity and urban development. This makes it difficult for researchers to access and excavate these areas, often requiring complex negotiations with local authorities and property owners. Another challenge is the lack of written records from the Tartessians themselves. While ancient Greek and Roman sources mention Tartessos, these accounts are often fragmentary and potentially biased. Without native Tartessian texts, archaeologists must rely heavily on material culture to piece together the civilization's history and social structure. The influence of later cultures, particularly the Phoenicians and Romans, further complicates the study of Tartessian sites. Distinguishing between genuine Tartessian artifacts and those of other Mediterranean civilizations requires careful analysis and dating techniques. This challenge is compounded by the fact that many Tartessian sites were continuously occupied for centuries, resulting in mixed archaeological layers that are difficult to interpret accurately. Underwater archaeological explorations have revolutionized our understanding of Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE. These submerged investigations have uncovered crucial evidence that was previously hidden beneath the waters of the Guadalquivir River and the Gulf of Cadiz. Marine archaeologists have discovered numerous Tartessian artifacts, including bronze figurines, pottery, and metal ingots in underwater sites. These findings have provided invaluable insights into Tartessian trade networks, technological capabilities, and cultural practices. The preservation of organic materials in underwater environments has also allowed researchers to analyze wooden ship remains and other perishable items, offering a more comprehensive view of Tartessian maritime activities. Furthermore, underwater explorations have helped map ancient coastlines and river courses, revealing how the landscape has changed over time. This information has been crucial in identifying potential Tartessian settlement locations and understanding the geographical context in which this civilization thrived. Submerged structures, such as harbor installations and defensive walls, have also been found, shedding light on Tartessian urban planning and maritime infrastructure. These underwater discoveries have significantly expanded the archaeological record of Tartessos, complementing land-based excavations and providing a more holistic understanding of this enigmatic culture. By piecing together evidence from both land and sea, researchers are gradually unraveling the mysteries surrounding Tartessian society, its connections with other Mediterranean civilizations, and its eventual decline. Aerial photography has been a valuable tool in the search for Tartessian sites, particularly in the southwestern region of Spain. This technology has allowed archaeologists to spot subtle changes in the landscape that might indicate the presence of ancient structures or settlements hidden beneath the surface. By capturing images from above, researchers can identify patterns in vegetation growth, soil discoloration, and topographical features that are not easily visible from the ground. These patterns, known as crop marks or soil marks, can reveal the outlines of buried walls, ditches, and other architectural elements associated with Tartessian civilization. In the Guadalquivir Valley, where many experts believe the heart of Tartessos was located, aerial surveys have helped identify potential sites for further investigation. These surveys have revealed circular and rectangular shapes in fields that correspond to the layout of ancient buildings and fortifications. This information has guided ground-based excavations and geophysical surveys, leading to the discovery of several important Tartessian sites. Moreover, aerial photography has allowed archaeologists to study the broader landscape context of Tartessian settlements. By examining the relationship between potential sites and natural features such as rivers, coastlines, and mineral deposits, researchers have gained insights into Tartessian trade networks and resource exploitation patterns. This bird's-eye view has significantly enhanced our understanding of this enigmatic civilization and its interaction with the surrounding environment. Archaeologists employ several key techniques to distinguish Tartessian artifacts from those of other ancient cultures. One crucial method involves analyzing the unique metalworking styles characteristic of Tartessian craftsmen. Tartessian metallurgy was highly advanced, particularly in their work with bronze and precious metals like gold and silver. These artisans developed distinctive decorative patterns and techniques that set their creations apart from those of neighboring cultures. Another important identifier is the presence of Tartessian script on certain artifacts. This writing system, which remains only partially deciphered, is unlike other scripts found in the region during the same period. The appearance of this script on items such as stone slabs, jewelry, and pottery helps archaeologists attribute them to Tartessian culture with a high degree of confidence. The geographical context of discovered artifacts also plays a significant role in identification. Tartessos was centered in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, primarily in modern-day Andalusia, Spain. Artifacts found in this region, especially those dating from the 8th to 6th centuries BCE, are more likely to be of Tartessian origin. However, due to trade networks, Tartessian items have been found beyond this core area, requiring careful analysis to confirm their provenance. Lastly, archaeologists examine the overall style and form of objects, comparing them to known Tartessian examples and those from contemporary cultures. This includes studying pottery shapes, architectural elements, and artistic motifs. The Tartessians had a distinct aesthetic influenced by both indigenous traditions and contact with Phoenician traders, resulting in a unique cultural fingerprint that skilled archaeologists can recognize and differentiate from other ancient Iberian and Mediterranean cultures. Archaeological excavations in southern Spain have unearthed compelling evidence of Tartessian civilization. The ancient city of Huelva, located near the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, has revealed extensive Tartessian remains dating back to the 8th century BCE. Archaeologists have uncovered sophisticated urban planning, including well-constructed buildings and advanced drainage systems. Further evidence comes from the site of Tejada la Vieja in the province of Huelva. This fortified settlement showcases impressive defensive walls and complex architectural structures, indicating a highly organized Tartessian society. The discovery of intricate metalwork and imported Greek and Phoenician pottery at these sites suggests that Tartessian cities were important centers of trade and craftsmanship. Another significant find is the Cancho Roano Palace Sanctuary in Extremadura. This monumental building, with its unique architectural style and religious significance, provides insights into Tartessian cultural and political structures. The presence of valuable artifacts and religious objects within the complex points to the wealth and spiritual practices of Tartessian elites. These archaeological discoveries, combined with references in ancient Greek and Roman texts, paint a picture of a sophisticated Tartessian civilization with established urban centers, advanced technologies, and far-reaching trade networks. As excavations continue, our understanding of these enigmatic people and their cities continues to grow, shedding light on an often overlooked chapter of ancient Iberian history. Recent archaeological discoveries have significantly altered our understanding of Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE. Excavations at sites like Huelva and Seville have unearthed extensive evidence of a sophisticated urban culture with far-reaching trade networks. One of the most striking findings is the scale of Tartessian metallurgy. New excavations have revealed advanced smelting facilities and intricate metalwork, suggesting that Tartessos was a major center for silver and bronze production in the ancient Mediterranean. This challenges earlier notions that Phoenician traders were solely responsible for the region's mineral wealth. Archaeologists have also uncovered evidence of complex irrigation systems and agricultural practices, indicating that Tartessos had a more diverse economy than previously thought. These discoveries paint a picture of a society that was not just focused on mineral extraction, but also had sophisticated farming techniques and a varied diet. Perhaps most intriguingly, recent finds have shed new light on Tartessian writing. Newly discovered inscriptions suggest that the Tartessian language may have been more widely used than once believed, hinting at a distinct cultural identity that was maintained even as the civilization engaged in extensive trade with Phoenicians and Greeks. These discoveries are prompting scholars to re-evaluate Tartessos as a powerful, independent entity, rather than a peripheral culture dominated by foreign influences. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, has been the subject of numerous controversial archaeological claims. One of the most debated issues is the exact location of the Tartessian capital city. Some researchers argue it was situated near modern-day Seville, while others propose sites closer to the coast, such as Huelva or Doñana National Park. This uncertainty has led to competing excavations and heated debates among archaeologists. Another contentious claim revolves around the extent of Tartessian influence and trade networks. Some scholars suggest that Tartessos had far-reaching connections, potentially extending to the British Isles and even the Americas. However, these ideas are highly speculative and lack substantial evidence, causing significant disagreement within the academic community. The origins and ethnic identity of the Tartessians have also sparked controversy. While some researchers argue for a purely indigenous Iberian origin, others propose connections to Phoenician or Greek colonists. This debate has implications for understanding the cultural and technological developments attributed to Tartessos, including their advanced metallurgy and writing system. Lastly, the interpretation of Tartessian artifacts and inscriptions remains a source of disagreement. The Tartessian language, preserved in a handful of inscriptions, is still not fully deciphered. Various scholars have proposed different translations and interpretations, leading to conflicting views on Tartessian society, religion, and political structure. These ongoing debates highlight the challenges in unraveling the mysteries of this enigmatic ancient civilization. Our knowledge of Tartessian social structure remains limited, but archaeological evidence and ancient texts provide some insights into this mysterious civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE. Tartessos appears to have been a complex, hierarchical society with a ruling elite at the top. At the apex of Tartessian society were likely kings or chieftains who wielded significant power and wealth. These rulers probably controlled trade networks and oversaw the extraction and processing of valuable metals like silver, gold, and tin. Beneath them, a class of nobles or aristocrats likely managed various aspects of Tartessian life, including commerce, religious practices, and possibly military affairs. Archaeological findings suggest the existence of skilled artisans and craftspeople who produced intricate metalwork and jewelry. These individuals likely held a respected position in society due to their specialized knowledge. Farmers, miners, and laborers would have formed the broader base of the population, working to support the economy and infrastructure of Tartessian settlements. Trade played a crucial role in Tartessian society, with evidence of extensive connections to both Mediterranean and Atlantic cultures. This cosmopolitan nature may have influenced social structures, potentially creating a merchant class that facilitated these important economic relationships. While much remains uncertain about Tartessian social organization, ongoing research continues to shed light on this fascinating ancient culture. Tartessian technology was remarkably sophisticated for its time, rivaling and in some cases surpassing that of other Mediterranean civilizations during the Late Bronze Age and early Iron Age. The Tartessians, who flourished in southern Spain from around 1200 to 500 BCE, were known for their advanced metalworking techniques, particularly in the extraction and processing of silver and other precious metals. Their mining operations were extensive and technologically innovative. They developed complex systems of galleries and shafts, some reaching depths of over 200 meters. This level of engineering skill was uncommon among their contemporaries. The Tartessians also pioneered new methods of silver extraction, including cupellation, which allowed them to separate silver from less valuable metals with great efficiency. In addition to metalworking, the Tartessians were skilled shipbuilders and navigators. Their ships were capable of long-distance maritime trade, connecting them with other advanced civilizations across the Mediterranean and possibly even beyond. This naval prowess contributed to their wealth and influence in the region. Archaeological evidence also suggests that Tartessian urban planning and architecture were quite advanced. They constructed large, well-organized cities with sophisticated water management systems, including reservoirs and canals. While not necessarily more advanced than some of their Eastern Mediterranean counterparts, their level of urban development was certainly on par with many of the leading civilizations of the time. Tartessian society, which flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula during the first millennium BCE, was known for its rich mineral resources and advanced metallurgical techniques. Mining was a crucial industry, with the extraction of silver, gold, copper, and tin forming the backbone of their economy. The Tartessians were particularly skilled in silver mining and processing, developing innovative methods to extract this precious metal from complex ores. Agriculture also played a significant role in Tartessian life. The fertile lands around the Guadalquivir River supported extensive farming, with crops such as wheat, barley, and olives being cultivated. Viticulture was practiced as well, with wine production becoming an important part of their economy and culture. Maritime trade was another key occupation for the Tartessians. Their strategic location along the Atlantic coast and the Mediterranean Sea allowed them to become accomplished seafarers and merchants. They established trade networks with other Mediterranean civilizations, exchanging their mineral wealth and agricultural products for luxury goods and cultural influences. Craftsmanship was highly valued in Tartessian society, with skilled artisans producing intricate metalwork, jewelry, and ceramics. These craftspeople combined local traditions with influences from their trading partners, creating unique and sought-after goods that further enhanced Tartessian wealth and prestige in the ancient world. The religious practices of the ancient Tartessian civilization remain shrouded in mystery, as limited archaeological evidence and historical records have been uncovered. However, what we do know suggests that religion played a significant role in Tartessian society, influencing their daily lives and cultural practices. Tartessian religious beliefs appear to have been polytheistic, with a pantheon of gods and goddesses associated with natural phenomena and human activities. Archaeological findings indicate the presence of sacred spaces and temples, suggesting organized religious rituals and ceremonies were an integral part of Tartessian life. One notable aspect of Tartessian religion was the apparent worship of a mother goddess figure, possibly linked to fertility and agriculture. This deity may have been similar to other Mediterranean mother goddess cults of the time. Additionally, evidence suggests that Tartessians practiced animal sacrifices and votive offerings to their deities, as demonstrated by the discovery of ritual objects and animal remains in religious contexts. The Tartessians also seem to have placed great importance on funerary practices, with elaborate burial rituals and the construction of impressive tombs for their elite. These practices likely reflected their beliefs about the afterlife and the continued importance of social status even after death. While much remains unknown about Tartessian religion, its influence on their culture and society appears to have been substantial, shaping their worldview and daily practices. The Tartessians, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, had complex views on death and practiced elaborate burial rituals. Archaeological evidence reveals that they believed in an afterlife and took great care in preparing their deceased for the journey beyond. Tartessian burial practices often involved cremation, with the ashes of the dead placed in ornate urns. These urns were then interred in necropolises, vast cemeteries that served as cities of the dead. The wealthier members of society were buried with an array of grave goods, including jewelry, weapons, and pottery, suggesting a belief that these items would be needed in the afterlife. One particularly intriguing aspect of Tartessian funerary customs was the use of warrior stelae. These stone monuments, carved with images of weapons and other symbols, were erected to commemorate important individuals, likely military leaders or nobles. The presence of these stelae indicates that the Tartessians placed great importance on honoring their dead and preserving their memory for future generations. Excavations of Tartessian burial sites have also uncovered evidence of funerary feasts and rituals. The remains of animal bones and pottery suggest that the living would gather to share meals and perform ceremonies in honor of the deceased. This practice highlights the strong connection the Tartessians maintained between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. The Tartessian culture, which flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula during the first millennium BCE, left behind intriguing examples of art and craftsmanship. Metalworking was a particularly important skill for the Tartessians, who were renowned for their expertise in working with precious metals, especially gold and silver. They created intricate jewelry and decorative objects, often featuring geometric patterns and stylized animal motifs. Tartessian artisans also excelled in the production of fine ceramics. Their pottery was characterized by distinctive red and orange hues, with complex designs painted or incised onto the surface. These vessels ranged from practical everyday items to more ornate pieces, likely used in religious or ceremonial contexts. Stone carving was another significant form of Tartessian craftsmanship. Stelae, or stone slabs, have been discovered bearing inscriptions in the Tartessian script, which remains only partially deciphered. These carved stones often commemorated important individuals or events and provide valuable insights into Tartessian society and beliefs. Additionally, the Tartessians were skilled in textile production, creating finely woven fabrics that were prized throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. While few textile remnants have survived, references in historical texts and depictions in artwork suggest that Tartessian textiles were highly valued for their quality and craftsmanship. Tartessian architecture remains somewhat enigmatic due to limited archaeological evidence, but what we do know reveals fascinating distinctions from other Mediterranean civilizations. The Tartessians, who flourished in southern Spain from around 1000 to 500 BCE, developed unique architectural styles that blended indigenous Iberian traditions with influences from their trading partners. One notable feature of Tartessian architecture was the use of large, carefully cut stone blocks in their defensive walls and civic buildings. This technique, known as ashlar masonry, was more advanced than the rubble construction common in many contemporary Iberian settlements. The Tartessians also incorporated sophisticated drainage systems into their urban planning, demonstrating a high level of engineering skill. Tartessian religious structures differed from those of other Mediterranean cultures. Instead of grand temples, they built smaller sanctuaries, often associated with natural features like springs or groves. These sacred spaces typically featured open-air altars and votive offerings, reflecting a more nature-oriented spiritual practice than the elaborate pantheons of Greece or Egypt. In domestic architecture, Tartessian homes were generally rectangular, with multiple rooms arranged around a central courtyard. This layout shares similarities with other Mediterranean designs, but often included unique elements such as specialized metalworking areas, highlighting the importance of metallurgy in Tartessian culture. The use of adobe bricks for walls, combined with stone foundations, created sturdy yet adaptable dwellings suited to the local climate. The Tartessians, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, left behind tantalizing clues about their written language. Archaeological excavations have unearthed several artifacts bearing inscriptions in what is believed to be the Tartessian script. These findings include stone stelae, small lead plates, and ceramic fragments discovered in various sites across the Iberian Peninsula. One of the most significant pieces of evidence is the collection of nearly 100 inscribed stones found in Portugal and southwestern Spain. These stones, dating from the 7th to 5th centuries BCE, contain text written in a semi-syllabic script that linguists have identified as Tartessian. The inscriptions often appear to be funerary in nature, suggesting they may have been used to commemorate the deceased. While deciphering the Tartessian script remains an ongoing challenge for scholars, some progress has been made in understanding its structure and possible linguistic connections. The script shows similarities to other writing systems of the ancient Mediterranean, particularly the Phoenician alphabet, indicating possible cultural exchanges and influences in the region. Despite these discoveries, no extensive Tartessian literature has been found to date. The limited nature of the existing inscriptions makes it difficult to draw definitive conclusions about the full extent of Tartessian written culture. However, the presence of a distinct script and its use on various media suggests that the Tartessians had developed a sophisticated system of writing, likely used for both practical and ceremonial purposes in their society. Tartessian culture, which flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula from the 9th to 6th centuries BCE, played a significant role in shaping trade and cultural exchanges in the region. As skilled metalworkers and traders, the Tartessians established connections with both local Iberian cultures and distant Mediterranean civilizations. The Tartessians were known for their advanced metallurgy techniques, particularly in working with silver and gold. This expertise attracted Phoenician traders who established colonies along the coast to facilitate commerce. The interaction between Tartessians and Phoenicians led to the exchange of goods, technologies, and cultural practices, influencing both societies. Tartessian influence extended to neighboring Iberian tribes, spreading their metalworking techniques and trading practices. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tartessian-style artifacts and pottery were found in settlements beyond their core territory, indicating cultural diffusion and economic ties with surrounding communities. The wealth and power of Tartessos also drew the attention of Greek explorers and traders. Greek historical accounts mention Tartessos as a wealthy kingdom, further highlighting its importance in the ancient Mediterranean world. This cultural interaction contributed to the spread of ideas, technologies, and artistic styles throughout the region, leaving a lasting impact on the development of Iberian cultures. Archaeological evidence provides intriguing glimpses into the daily life of the ancient Tartessian civilization, which flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE. Excavations have revealed sophisticated urban centers with well-planned streets and advanced drainage systems, suggesting a highly organized society with a strong emphasis on civic infrastructure. The abundance of metalwork found at Tartessian sites, particularly intricate gold and silver jewelry, indicates a wealthy society with skilled craftsmen. These artifacts not only showcase the artistic prowess of the Tartessians, but also hint at a complex social hierarchy where personal adornment played a significant role in displaying status and wealth. Agricultural tools and storage facilities unearthed at various sites point to a society deeply rooted in farming. The Tartessians likely cultivated crops such as wheat, barley, and olives, forming the foundation of their diet. Additionally, fishing equipment and marine animal remains found in coastal settlements demonstrate the importance of seafood in their cuisine. Trade was evidently a crucial aspect of Tartessian life. The presence of imported goods from distant lands, including amber from the Baltic and ivory from Africa, reveals a far-reaching trade network. This mercantile activity not only contributed to their economic prosperity, but also facilitated cultural exchanges, influencing Tartessian art, technology, and possibly even religious practices. The Tartessian civilization, which flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula from around 1200 BCE to 500 BCE, was renowned for its rich mineral resources and advanced metallurgy. Mining and metalworking formed the backbone of their economy, with a particular focus on silver, gold, and copper extraction. These precious metals were highly sought after by other Mediterranean civilizations, driving a thriving trade network. Agriculture also played a significant role in the Tartessian economy. The fertile lands around the Guadalquivir River supported extensive farming, with crops such as wheat, barley, and olives being cultivated. This agricultural production not only sustained the local population, but also contributed to trade with neighboring regions. Maritime activities were another crucial aspect of Tartessian economic life. Their strategic location along the Atlantic coast and at the mouth of the Guadalquivir River allowed them to develop advanced seafaring skills. They engaged in fishing and became accomplished traders, establishing commercial relationships with Phoenicians, Greeks, and other Mediterranean cultures. The Tartessians were also known for their craftsmanship, producing intricate jewelry and decorative objects from the metals they mined. These luxury goods, along with their raw materials and agricultural surplus, formed the basis of a complex trading system that brought wealth and cultural exchange to the region, cementing Tartessos as a significant economic power in the ancient Western Mediterranean world. Tartessian trade with other Mediterranean cultures was remarkably extensive, spanning across vast distances and involving numerous ancient civilizations. The Tartessians, who inhabited the southwestern region of the Iberian Peninsula from around 1000 to 500 before the Common Era, were renowned for their abundant mineral resources and sophisticated metalworking skills. Their trade network stretched far beyond their immediate neighbors, reaching across the Mediterranean Sea to engage with Phoenicians, Greeks, and even distant cultures in the Near East. The Tartessians exported valuable metals such as silver, gold, and tin, which were highly prized by other Mediterranean societies. These precious commodities were often exchanged for exotic goods, including fine textiles, ivory, and intricate jewelry. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tartessian trade was not limited to raw materials alone. They also exported finished products, showcasing their advanced craftsmanship. Elaborate bronze and gold artifacts bearing distinctly Tartessian designs have been discovered in various Mediterranean sites, indicating the wide appeal and circulation of their artistry. The extent of Tartessian trade is further emphasized by the presence of foreign luxury items found in Tartessian settlements. Greek pottery, Egyptian scarabs, and Phoenician glassware discovered in these locations attest to the diverse and far-reaching nature of their commercial relationships. This extensive trade network not only brought wealth to Tartessos, but also facilitated cultural exchange, influencing art, technology, and ideas throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. Metallurgy was a cornerstone of the Tartessian economy, playing a crucial role in their rise to prominence in the ancient Mediterranean world. The Tartessians, who inhabited the southwestern Iberian Peninsula from around 1000 to 500 BCE, were renowned for their exceptional metalworking skills. particularly in the extraction and processing of precious metals. The region of Tartessos was rich in mineral resources, especially silver, gold, and copper. The Tartessians developed advanced techniques to extract and refine these metals, setting them apart from other cultures of their time. Their expertise in silver production was particularly noteworthy, with archaeological evidence suggesting they employed innovative methods such as cupellation to separate silver from lead ores. This mastery of metallurgy allowed the Tartessians to establish lucrative trade relationships with other Mediterranean civilizations, most notably the Phoenicians. The high quality and abundance of Tartessian metals attracted merchants from far and wide, leading to the establishment of a robust trading network. This influx of wealth and cultural exchange contributed significantly to the development of Tartessian society and urban centers. The importance of metallurgy in the Tartessian economy extended beyond trade. It also fostered technological advancements and the growth of specialized craftspeople within their society. The production of intricate metalwork and jewelry became a hallmark of Tartessian culture, further enhancing their reputation and economic standing in the ancient world. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, owed much of its economic prosperity to its strategic location. Situated near the mouth of the Guadalquivir River in modern-day Spain, Tartessos controlled access to rich mineral deposits and vital trade routes. The region surrounding Tartessos was abundant in valuable metals, particularly silver, copper, and tin. These natural resources formed the backbone of the Tartessian economy, attracting traders from across the Mediterranean. The Guadalquivir River provided an excellent means of transporting these metals from inland mines to the coast, where they could be shipped to distant markets. Moreover, Tartessos occupied a crucial position at the gateway between the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. This allowed the civilization to act as an intermediary in long-distance trade networks, connecting the Mediterranean world with the Atlantic coast of Europe and possibly even the British Isles. Tartessian merchants likely facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between these diverse regions. The combination of mineral wealth and maritime trade opportunities made Tartessos a hub of economic activity in the ancient world. This favorable location enabled the civilization to accumulate significant wealth and influence, contributing to its legendary status in ancient Greek and Roman accounts as a land of riches and sophisticated culture. Archaeological evidence for Tartessian coins or currency remains limited and somewhat controversial. Tartessos was an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, but much about their economic practices is still uncertain. Some researchers have suggested that silver ingots found in the region might have served as a form of proto-currency for the Tartessians. These ingots, often stamped with symbols or marks, could have been used in trade transactions. Excavations at sites associated with Tartessian culture have uncovered various precious metal objects, including jewelry and decorative items made of gold and silver. While these were not coins in the modern sense, they might have played a role in economic exchanges or as stores of value. The abundance of silver in the region, particularly from the Rio Tinto mines, suggests that silver likely held significant importance in Tartessian trade and possibly in their monetary system. It is worth noting that the concept of standardized coinage as we know it today did not exist in the Western Mediterranean during the height of Tartessian civilization. The first true coins in the region were introduced later by Phoenician and Greek colonists. However, the Tartessians likely had sophisticated trade networks and may have used various forms of value exchange, even if not in the form of minted coins. The scarcity of direct evidence for Tartessian currency underscores the need for further archaeological research in the region. As new discoveries are made, our understanding of Tartessian economic practices may evolve, potentially shedding more light on their methods of trade and value exchange. The Tartessians and Phoenicians were both influential maritime traders in the ancient Mediterranean, but their trade routes and spheres of influence differed in significant ways. The Tartessians primarily operated in the western Mediterranean and along the Atlantic coast of the Iberian Peninsula, with their capital located in what is now southern Spain. Their trade network extended from modern-day Portugal to North Africa, focusing on the rich mineral resources of the region, particularly silver and tin. In contrast, the Phoenicians cast a much wider net across the Mediterranean. Their trade routes stretched from their homeland in the Levant along the North African coast to Sicily, Sardinia, and even as far as the Atlantic coast of modern-day Morocco. The Phoenicians established numerous colonies and trading posts throughout this vast area, including the famous city of Carthage. While both civilizations engaged in maritime trade, the Phoenicians were more expansive and influential in their reach. They acted as intermediaries between various Mediterranean cultures, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies across a broader geographical area. The Tartessians, though skilled traders, were more regionally focused and specialized in exporting the mineral wealth of the Iberian Peninsula. Interestingly, there is evidence of interaction and competition between these two trading powers. The Phoenicians eventually expanded into Tartessian territory, establishing colonies such as Gardia, now modern-day Cadiz. This expansion led to a complex relationship of both cooperation and rivalry between the two cultures, ultimately contributing to the decline of Tartessian influence in the region. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, was renowned for its rich trade in luxury goods. Silver was a cornerstone of Tartessian commerce, with the region's abundant silver mines fueling a thriving metalworking industry. The Tartessians were skilled silversmiths, crafting exquisite jewelry and ornate vessels that were highly prized throughout the Mediterranean. Gold also played a significant role in Tartessian trade. While not as plentiful as silver, gold items from Tartessos were considered extremely valuable and were often exchanged with other civilizations, particularly the Phoenicians. These golden artifacts included intricate jewelry, decorative objects, and religious items. Another luxury good associated with Tartessian trade was purple dye. This rare and expensive dye, extracted from murex shells, was used to color textiles worn by royalty and elites across the ancient world. The Tartessians likely obtained this valuable commodity through their connections with Phoenician traders. Ivory was also a prized luxury item in Tartessian trade. Carved ivory objects, such as combs, figurines, and decorative inlays, were highly sought after. These items were often adorned with intricate designs and were symbols of wealth and status among the Tartessian elite and their trading partners. The abundance of silver played a crucial role in shaping the economy and trade of Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE. This precious metal became the cornerstone of Tartessian wealth and influence, propelling the region into a prominent position within the Mediterranean trade network. Tartessos was blessed with rich silver deposits, particularly in the Rio Tinto area. The Tartessians developed advanced mining and metallurgy techniques, allowing them to extract and process silver on a scale previously unseen in the ancient world. This technological advantage gave them a significant edge in the metal trade. The surplus of silver enabled Tartessos to establish extensive trade relationships with other Mediterranean powers, most notably the Phoenicians and Greeks. These seafaring cultures were eager to obtain Tartessian silver, exchanging it for luxury goods, pottery, and other valuable commodities. This influx of diverse products further enriched Tartessian culture and economy. The silver-based wealth of Tartessos attracted attention from far and wide, leading to the establishment of numerous trade routes and the growth of Tartessian cities. The abundance of this precious metal not only boosted the local economy, but also elevated Tartessos to a position of considerable influence in the wider Mediterranean world, shaping its diplomatic relations and cultural exchanges for centuries. Agriculture formed a crucial foundation of the Tartessian economy, supporting the growth and prosperity of this ancient civilization in southern Iberia. The fertile lands around the Guadalquivir River provided ideal conditions for farming, allowing the Tartessians to cultivate a variety of crops. Wheat and barley were primary staples, forming the basis of their diet and agricultural output. These grains were not only consumed locally, but also traded with other Mediterranean cultures. The Tartessians also grew olives and grapes, producing olive oil and wine that became valuable commodities in their trade networks. The agricultural success of Tartessos enabled population growth and urbanization, supporting the development of their famous metalworking industry. Surplus food production allowed some members of society to specialize in other crafts and trades, contributing to the overall economic complexity of the civilization. Tartessian farmers likely employed advanced techniques for their time, including irrigation systems to manage water from the Guadalquivir. This agricultural prowess, combined with their rich mineral resources, positioned Tartessos as a significant economic power in the Western Mediterranean during the first millennium before Common Era. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, located in what is now southern Spain, had a significant impact on economic practices that influenced later societies in the Iberian Peninsula and beyond. Tartessos was renowned for its advanced metalworking techniques, particularly in silver and bronze production. This expertise in metallurgy became a cornerstone of their economy and trade relations. Tartessian traders established extensive maritime networks across the Mediterranean, connecting with Phoenician, Greek, and Etruscan civilizations. These trade routes facilitated the exchange of not only goods, but also ideas and technologies. The Tartessians' sophisticated approach to commerce, including the use of standardized weights and measures, set a precedent for future trading practices in the region. One of the most lasting influences of Tartessian economic practices was their innovative mining techniques. They developed methods for extracting and processing metals that were adopted and refined by subsequent civilizations, including the Romans. These advancements in mining technology continued to shape resource extraction in the Iberian Peninsula for centuries. The wealth generated by Tartessian trade and industry also influenced the development of urban centers and social structures in later Iberian societies. Their model of centralized economic control and distribution of wealth provided a template for future civilizations in organizing their economies and social hierarchies. The Tartessian language remains one of the most enigmatic ancient languages of the Iberian Peninsula. Spoken by the people of Tartessos, a civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, this language has left linguists and historians with numerous questions. Our knowledge of Tartessian comes primarily from a limited number of inscriptions found on stone stelae in southwestern Spain and southern Portugal. These inscriptions, dating from around 700 to 500 BCE, provide tantalizing glimpses into the language, but not enough for a complete understanding. Scholars have determined that Tartessian used a semi-syllabic writing system, likely derived from the Phoenician alphabet. This script consists of both alphabetic and syllabic signs, making it unique among ancient Iberian writing systems. Despite some similarities to other languages of the region, Tartessian appears to be distinct, leading some researchers to speculate that it might be related to the Basque language, though this remains highly debated. While decipherment efforts continue, the Tartessian language remains largely untranslated. Its vocabulary, grammar, and exact relationship to other ancient languages are still subjects of ongoing research and scholarly debate. The mystery surrounding Tartessian serves as a reminder of the rich linguistic diversity that once existed in ancient Iberia and the challenges in understanding long-lost languages. The Tartessian script stands out among ancient writing systems due to its unique characteristics and historical context. This script, used by the Tartessian civilization in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula around 2,500 years ago, presents a fascinating blend of indigenous and foreign influences. Unlike many contemporary scripts, the Tartessian writing system combined elements from both Phoenician and Greek alphabets, creating a distinctive hybrid. This fusion reflected the cultural exchanges occurring in the region during that time, as Tartessos was a hub of trade and interaction between various Mediterranean civilizations. One notable feature of the Tartessian script is its semi-syllabic nature. While it borrowed letter shapes from other alphabets, it used them in a way that represented both consonants and vowels, a system different from the purely alphabetic scripts of its Phoenician and Greek neighbors. This approach to writing made the Tartessian script more efficient for representing the sounds of their language. Another unique aspect of the Tartessian script is its directionality. While many ancient scripts were written from right to left, the Tartessian script could be written in multiple directions, including left to right, and even in a spiral pattern. This flexibility in writing direction sets it apart from other contemporary writing systems and suggests a level of adaptability in Tartessian scribal practices. Deciphering Tartessian inscriptions presents several significant challenges for linguists and archaeologists. The Tartessian language, used in southern Spain during the first millennium before Common Era, remains largely undeciphered, leaving many aspects of this ancient civilization shrouded in mystery. One major obstacle is the limited number of surviving inscriptions. With only about 100 known texts, researchers have a small corpus to work with, making it difficult to identify patterns and establish a comprehensive understanding of the language structure. Additionally, many of these inscriptions are fragmentary or poorly preserved, further complicating the decipherment process. Another challenge lies in the uncertainty surrounding the linguistic family to which Tartessian belongs. Some scholars argue it is related to Celtic languages, while others propose connections to Iberian or even non-Indo-European language groups. This lack of consensus makes it challenging to apply comparative linguistic methods effectively. The writing system itself poses difficulties. While it appears to be semi-syllabic, combining both alphabetic and syllabic elements, the exact values of many signs remain uncertain. Furthermore, the absence of bilingual texts or known cognates in other languages leaves researchers without crucial reference points for decipherment. These factors combined make the task of unraveling the Tartessian language a complex and ongoing challenge for scholars in the field. Archaeologists have uncovered approximately 100 Tartessian inscriptions to date. These ancient texts, found primarily in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, provide crucial insights into the mysterious Tartessian civilization that flourished between the 8th and 5th centuries before the Common Era. Most of these inscriptions are etched onto stone slabs or stelae, while a few appear on small portable objects like jewelry. The majority of these Tartessian inscriptions have been discovered in southern Portugal and southwestern Spain, particularly in the regions of Algarve, Alentejo, and Andalusia. These areas correspond to the historical territory of Tartessos, a wealthy kingdom known to ancient Greek and Roman writers. Despite the relatively small number of inscriptions, their significance cannot be overstated. They represent the earliest known form of writing in the Iberian Peninsula and offer tantalizing clues about the Tartessian language, which remains largely undeciphered. Scholars continue to debate the nature of this language, with some suggesting it might be related to the Iberian or Celtic language families. The ongoing search for Tartessian inscriptions remains an exciting field of study, as each new discovery has the potential to shed more light on this enigmatic culture that once dominated trade in the Western Mediterranean. Linguists have made fascinating discoveries from the limited Tartessian language remnants available to us. Tartessian, an ancient language spoken in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula over 2,000 years ago, has provided valuable insights into the linguistic landscape of pre-Roman Europe. One key finding is that Tartessian appears to be part of the Celtic language family, challenging previous assumptions about the spread of Celtic languages in the region. This connection suggests a more complex pattern of Celtic migrations and cultural exchanges than previously thought, extending further south than many scholars had believed. The study of Tartessian inscriptions has also revealed a unique writing system, blending elements of Phoenician and Greek alphabets. This hybrid script offers clues about the cultural interactions and trade networks of the ancient Mediterranean world, highlighting the role of the Tartessian civilization as a crossroads of different influences. Moreover, analysis of Tartessian texts has provided insights into the social and religious practices of this enigmatic culture. References to deities and ritual practices in the surviving inscriptions have allowed researchers to piece together aspects of Tartessian belief systems, shedding light on a society that left few other historical records. The Tartessian language holds a unique place among ancient Iberian languages, though its exact relationship to other tongues of the region remains a subject of ongoing research and debate among linguists and historians. Spoken in the southwestern part of the Iberian Peninsula during the first millennium BCE, Tartessian is known primarily through inscriptions found in modern-day Portugal and Spain. Unlike the better understood Iberian and Celtiberian languages, Tartessian presents significant challenges in classification. Some scholars propose that it might be related to the Iberian language family, while others suggest possible connections to Celtic or even non-Indo-European language groups. This uncertainty stems from the limited corpus of Tartessian texts and the difficulties in deciphering its script. One intriguing aspect of Tartessian is its writing system, which shares similarities with other scripts found in the Iberian Peninsula. The Tartessian script appears to be derived from or influenced by Phoenician writing, much like the scripts used for Iberian and Celtiberian. This common origin of writing systems points to the complex cultural interactions and exchanges that occurred in ancient Iberia. Despite the challenges in fully understanding Tartessian, its study provides valuable insights into the linguistic diversity of ancient Iberia. The language serves as a reminder of the rich tapestry of cultures and peoples that inhabited the region long before the arrival of Roman influence and the spread of Latin-based languages. The Tartessian language remains one of the most enigmatic ancient languages of the Iberian Peninsula. Scholars have proposed several theories about its origins, though much uncertainty still surrounds this mysterious tongue. One prominent theory suggests that Tartessian was part of the broader Celtic language family. Proponents of this view point to similarities in vocabulary and grammatical structures between Tartessian and other Celtic languages. They argue that Celtic-speaking peoples might have migrated to the southwestern Iberian Peninsula in ancient times, bringing their language with them. Another hypothesis posits that Tartessian was an indigenous language of the region, possibly related to other pre-Indo-European languages of the area. This theory emphasizes the unique features of Tartessian that set it apart from known language families, suggesting it might represent a linguistic isolate that developed independently in the region. Some researchers have proposed connections between Tartessian and the Phoenician or Punic languages, given the extensive trade contacts between Tartessos and Phoenician colonies. However, this theory has less support among linguists due to significant differences in language structure and vocabulary. The study of Tartessian writing has undergone significant changes since its initial discovery in the early 20th century. Tartessian, an ancient script used in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, has intrigued linguists and archaeologists for decades. Early research focused primarily on deciphering the script and understanding its relationship to other writing systems. Scholars initially believed Tartessian might be related to Phoenician or Greek alphabets. However, as more artifacts were unearthed and analyzed, it became clear that Tartessian was a unique script with its own distinct characteristics. In recent years, advanced imaging technologies have revolutionized the study of Tartessian inscriptions. These tools allow researchers to examine worn or damaged artifacts in unprecedented detail, revealing previously hidden characters and patterns. This has led to more accurate translations and a deeper understanding of the Tartessian language structure. Interdisciplinary approaches have also become crucial in Tartessian studies. Linguists now collaborate closely with archaeologists, historians, and even geneticists to piece together a more comprehensive picture of Tartessian culture and its writing system. This holistic approach has shed new light on the origins and development of this fascinating ancient script, helping to place it within the broader context of early Iberian civilizations. The Tartessian inscriptions provide intriguing glimpses into an ancient Iberian civilization that flourished between the 8th and 6th centuries BCE. Among the most significant discoveries are the stone stelae found in southern Portugal and southwestern Spain. These remarkable artifacts bear inscriptions in a script that remains only partially deciphered, tantalizing archaeologists and linguists alike. One of the most notable examples is the Fonte Velha stele, unearthed in Bensafrim, Portugal. This stone monument features one of the longest known Tartessian texts, consisting of over 80 characters. Its content, though not fully understood, is believed to be funerary in nature, possibly honoring a deceased individual of high status. Another crucial find is the Espanca tablet, discovered near Castro Verde, Portugal. This unique artifact appears to be a teaching tool, displaying 2 rows of characters. The upper row seems to represent a model alphabet, while the lower row shows a less practiced attempt at replication, suggesting it might have been used for scribal training. The Ciruela stele, found in Badajoz, Spain, stands out for its bilingual nature. It contains both Tartessian script and Phoenician characters, offering valuable insights into potential connections between these ancient cultures and providing clues for deciphering the Tartessian language. Translating Tartessian texts presents a significant challenge for scholars due to the limited available material and our incomplete understanding of this ancient language. Tartessian, spoken in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula during the 1st millennium BCE, is known primarily through a small number of inscriptions found on stone stelae. Scholars begin by analyzing the Tartessian script, which is related to but distinct from other scripts used in the region. They compare it with better understood writing systems, such as Phoenician and Greek, to identify similarities and potential sound values for the symbols. This process involves careful examination of letter shapes and their variations across different inscriptions. Linguists then attempt to identify word boundaries and grammatical structures within the texts. They look for recurring patterns and compare them with known features of other ancient languages from the area, including Iberian and Celtiberian. This comparative approach helps in formulating hypotheses about the language's structure and vocabulary. Context plays a crucial role in translation efforts. Scholars consider the archaeological and historical context of each inscription, including its location, associated artifacts, and any imagery present on the stele. This information can provide clues about the content and purpose of the texts, guiding interpretation efforts and helping to narrow down possible meanings for unclear words or phrases. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, has intriguing connections to the legendary lost city of Atlantis. This enigmatic culture, which existed between the 9th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, was known for its wealth and advanced metalworking skills. The Tartessians traded extensively with Phoenicians and Greeks, leaving tantalizing traces in historical records. The link between Tartessos and Atlantis stems from similarities in their descriptions and locations. Both were said to be prosperous maritime societies situated beyond the Pillars of Hercules, now known as the Strait of Gibraltar. Ancient Greek writers, including Plato, who first mentioned Atlantis, described a technologically advanced and wealthy civilization that suddenly vanished, echoing aspects of Tartessos' history. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tartessos experienced a sudden decline, possibly due to changing trade routes or environmental factors. This abrupt disappearance mirrors the catastrophic end described in the Atlantis myth. Some scholars propose that memories of Tartessos, passed down through generations and embellished over time, might have influenced or even formed the basis for the Atlantis legend. While there is no conclusive proof that Tartessos was Atlantis, the parallels between these two ancient cultures continue to fascinate researchers and fuel speculation. The connection highlights how historical facts can intertwine with myth, creating enduring stories that capture our imagination and drive us to explore the mysteries of our past. Tartessos, an ancient civilization located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, plays a fascinating role in Greek mythology, blending historical fact with legendary tales. The Greeks viewed Tartessos as a distant, wealthy kingdom at the edge of their known world, often associating it with the mythical land of Tarshish mentioned in biblical texts. In Greek mythology, Tartessos is closely linked to the 10th labor of Heracles, the great hero of ancient Greece. This task involved retrieving the cattle of Geryon, a fearsome giant with 3 bodies who lived on the island of Erythea, which many ancient sources placed near or within the realm of Tartessos. The journey to this far-off land was seen as a test of Heracles' strength and determination, highlighting the perceived remoteness and exotic nature of Tartessos in the Greek imagination. Greek writers also connected Tartessos to the myth of Atlantis, the legendary advanced civilization described by Plato. Some scholars have suggested that the wealth and sophistication attributed to Tartessos by Greek sources may have influenced or even inspired Plato's account of Atlantis. This connection further enhanced the mystique surrounding Tartessos in Greek cultural memory. The Greeks saw Tartessos as a land of riches, particularly known for its abundance of silver and other precious metals. This reputation likely stemmed from real trade contacts between Greek explorers and the Tartessian civilization, which indeed possessed significant mineral wealth. The blending of these factual elements with mythological narratives demonstrates how the Greeks incorporated distant lands into their cultural framework, creating a rich tapestry of legend and reality. Ancient writers like Herodotus painted a fascinating picture of Tartessos, describing it as a wealthy and advanced civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. Herodotus, often called the father of history, wrote about Tartessos in his work The Histories during the 5th century BCE. According to Herodotus, Tartessos was a prosperous kingdom rich in precious metals, particularly silver. He recounted the story of a Greek merchant named Coelius who was blown off course and accidentally discovered this land of riches. The Tartessians were described as skilled metalworkers and traders who had developed their own unique alphabet and culture. Other ancient writers also mentioned Tartessos, often associating it with the mythical realm of Atlantis or the biblical land of Tarshish. These accounts portrayed Tartessos as a place of great wealth and advanced knowledge, with some suggesting it had been founded by descendants of Noah or other legendary figures. While these ancient descriptions were often mixed with myth and legend, they sparked great interest in Tartessos among later historians and archaeologists. Modern research has revealed that there was indeed a sophisticated culture in southern Spain during the Bronze Age and early Iron Age, which may have been the historical basis for these ancient accounts of Tartessos. Tartessian history is shrouded in mystery, but several legendary figures are associated with this ancient civilization. One of the most prominent is King Arganthonios, who reportedly ruled Tartessos for an exceptionally long period. Ancient Greek sources describe him as a wise and benevolent monarch who lived to be 120 years old. Another significant figure in Tartessian lore is Gargarus, a mythical king said to have discovered the technique of beekeeping. According to legend, Gargarus attempted to kill his incestuous grandson Habis multiple times, but the child miraculously survived. Habis went on to become a great king himself, teaching agriculture to his people and establishing a code of laws. The Greek hero Heracles also features in Tartessian legends. Some accounts claim he visited the region during his famous 12 labors, specifically when he sought the cattle of Geryon. This connection to Greek mythology helped solidify Tartessos' place in the ancient Mediterranean world. While these figures blur the line between history and myth, they provide valuable insights into how ancient cultures viewed Tartessos. These legends paint a picture of a wealthy, advanced civilization ruled by long-lived kings and touched by divine or heroic influences. Ancient Greek and Roman texts describe Tartessos as a wealthy and advanced civilization located in southern Spain, known for its rich mineral resources and sophisticated metalworking. These accounts paint a picture of a prosperous trading hub that flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries before the Common Era. However, the archaeological evidence paints a more nuanced picture of this enigmatic culture. Excavations in the region have uncovered evidence of a complex society with significant technological advancements, particularly in metallurgy. Archaeologists have found elaborate bronze and gold artifacts, indicating a high level of craftsmanship. This aligns with the mythological accounts of Tartessos as a center of mineral wealth and metalworking expertise. However, the scale and grandeur described in some ancient texts have not been fully corroborated by archaeological findings. While evidence of trade with Phoenicians and Greeks has been discovered, the vast riches and monumental architecture often associated with Tartessos in mythology have not been unearthed to the same extent. This suggests that some aspects of the historical accounts may have been exaggerated or romanticized over time. The exact location of the Tartessian capital remains a subject of debate among scholars. While ancient sources placed it near the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, conclusive evidence of a large urban center matching the descriptions has yet to be found. This discrepancy between mythological accounts and archaeological evidence highlights the challenges in reconciling ancient texts with material remains and underscores the ongoing mystery surrounding this fascinating civilization. Arganthonios, the legendary king of Tartessos, holds a unique place in ancient Mediterranean history and mythology. Tartessos was a wealthy civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium before Common Era. Arganthonios, whose name means man of silver in Greek, was said to have ruled for an exceptionally long time, with some ancient sources claiming he lived to be 120 years old. The significance of Arganthonios lies in his role as a symbol of the fabled riches and longevity associated with Tartessos. Greek historians, particularly Herodotus, wrote about Arganthonios as a generous and wise ruler who welcomed Greek traders and explorers to his lands. This portrayal helped cement Tartessos as a land of abundance and opportunity in the Greek imagination. Arganthonios is also significant for his alleged interactions with the Phocaeans, Greek colonists from modern-day Turkey. According to ancient accounts, he offered them land to settle in his kingdom and even provided them with funds to build a defensive wall against Persian expansion. This story highlights the complex relationships and alliances between different Mediterranean cultures during this period. While the historical accuracy of Arganthonios and his extraordinarily long reign remains debated, his legend serves as a window into the ancient world's perceptions of wealth, power, and cultural exchange. The tales surrounding this Tartessian king continue to intrigue historians and archaeologists, spurring ongoing research into the enigmatic civilization of Tartessos and its connections to other Mediterranean societies. Myths surrounding Tartessos have significantly shaped modern perceptions of this ancient Iberian civilization, often blurring the line between historical fact and romantic legend. The allure of Tartessos as a lost, wealthy kingdom has captured imaginations for centuries, leading to both increased interest and potential misunderstandings about its true nature. One of the most persistent myths is the association of Tartessos with the legendary city of Atlantis. This connection, popularized by some researchers and writers, has led to speculation about advanced technology and a highly sophisticated society that may not align with archaeological evidence. While Tartessos was indeed a prosperous culture, the Atlantis myth has sometimes overshadowed the real historical and cultural significance of the civilization. Another influential myth revolves around the supposed vast mineral wealth of Tartessos, particularly its abundance of silver and tin. While the region was rich in resources, exaggerated accounts of its riches have sometimes led to an overemphasis on its economic aspects at the expense of other cultural achievements. This focus on wealth has also fueled treasure hunting activities that can be detrimental to proper archaeological study. These myths have had a dual effect on modern perceptions. On one hand, they have stimulated public interest and academic research into Tartessos, leading to valuable archaeological discoveries. On the other hand, they have sometimes created unrealistic expectations or misguided theories about the civilization, potentially obscuring our understanding of its true historical role and significance in ancient Iberia. Tartessian myths, though less well known than those of other ancient cultures, share intriguing parallels with mythologies from around the world. The Tartessians, an enigmatic civilization that flourished in southern Iberia during the first millennium BCE, left behind tantalizing clues about their beliefs and stories. One striking similarity is the presence of a great flood myth, a narrative found in numerous ancient cultures, including Mesopotamian, Greek, and Mesoamerican traditions. The Tartessian version, like many others, speaks of divine punishment and the near destruction of humanity, echoing themes of cosmic balance and renewal. Tartessian myths also feature heroic figures and demigods, much like the legends of ancient Greece and Rome. These characters often undertake perilous quests or face supernatural challenges, reflecting universal themes of human struggle and triumph against overwhelming odds. Another parallel lies in the Tartessian conception of the afterlife, which bears resemblances to Egyptian and Etruscan beliefs. The idea of a journey after death, guided by divine beings, appears to have been a central tenet of Tartessian religious thought, mirroring concepts found in many other ancient cultures across the Mediterranean and beyond. Scholars face significant challenges when studying Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE. To separate myth from reality, researchers employ a multifaceted approach combining archaeological evidence, historical texts, and scientific analysis. Archaeological excavations play a crucial role in uncovering tangible evidence of Tartessian culture. Artifacts, structures, and burial sites provide valuable insights into their daily life, technology, and social organization. By carefully examining these physical remains, archaeologists can piece together a more accurate picture of Tartessian society. Historical texts, particularly from Greek and Roman sources, offer additional information about Tartessos. However, scholars must approach these accounts with caution, as ancient writers often mixed fact with legend. By cross-referencing these texts with archaeological findings and other contemporary sources, researchers can identify more reliable information and distinguish it from mythical embellishments. Scientific techniques such as radiocarbon dating, isotope analysis, and archaeogenetics help scholars establish accurate timelines and understand the origins and movements of Tartessian people. These methods provide objective data that can support or challenge traditional narratives, allowing researchers to refine their understanding of this enigmatic civilization and separate historical fact from ancient myth. Tartessos holds a significant place in Iberian folklore and legends, often portrayed as a mysterious and wealthy ancient civilization. This enigmatic culture, believed to have flourished in southern Spain between the 9th and 6th centuries BCE, has captured the imagination of generations. In many legends, Tartessos is depicted as a land of untold riches, particularly known for its abundance of silver and other precious metals. These tales often describe a prosperous kingdom with advanced technology and culture, far beyond that of its contemporaries. Some stories even suggest that Tartessos was the inspiration for Plato's Atlantis, adding an extra layer of mystique to its legacy. Iberian folklore also associates Tartessos with legendary rulers and heroes. One such figure is King Arganthonios, said to have lived for 120 years and ruled for 80 of them. He is often portrayed as a wise and benevolent monarch who welcomed Greek traders and shared his kingdom's wealth and knowledge. The sudden disappearance of Tartessos from historical records has further fueled its legendary status. Various theories in folklore attempt to explain its fate, ranging from natural disasters to invasions by foreign powers. This air of mystery continues to inspire modern storytellers and researchers, keeping the legend of Tartessos alive in Iberian cultural memory. The Tartessians, an ancient civilization that flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula around 3,000 years ago, made significant technological advancements, particularly in metallurgy. They were renowned for their sophisticated metalworking techniques, especially in processing and refining silver and other precious metals. One of their most notable achievements was the development of advanced mining and smelting methods. The Tartessians created complex systems of galleries and shafts for extracting ore, and they perfected techniques for separating silver from other metals. This expertise allowed them to exploit the rich mineral resources of their region more efficiently than their contemporaries. The Tartessians also made strides in hydraulic engineering. They constructed elaborate irrigation systems and water management structures, including dams and canals, which enabled them to cultivate crops in areas that would otherwise have been too arid for agriculture. These water control techniques were quite advanced for their time and contributed to the prosperity of their civilization. Additionally, the Tartessians were skilled shipbuilders and navigators. They developed improved ship designs that allowed for more efficient maritime trade and exploration. Their seafaring abilities enabled them to establish extensive trade networks throughout the Mediterranean and possibly even beyond, facilitating the exchange of goods and ideas with other cultures. Tartessian metallurgy was remarkably advanced for its time, rivaling and in some ways surpassing the metalworking capabilities of other ancient Mediterranean civilizations. The Tartessians, who flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula from around 1000 to 500 BCE, were renowned for their expertise in working with various metals, particularly silver, gold, and bronze. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tartessian metalworkers developed innovative techniques for extracting and refining metals from ore. They excelled in creating intricate jewelry and decorative objects, showcasing a level of craftsmanship that impressed even their Greek and Phoenician trading partners. The Tartessians were especially skilled in silver production, exploiting the rich mineral deposits of the region to become one of the primary sources of silver in the ancient Mediterranean world. Their bronze working was also highly sophisticated, with Tartessian weapons and tools demonstrating advanced casting and alloying techniques. Some scholars argue that Tartessian metallurgists may have been among the first in the Western Mediterranean to experiment with iron smelting, though evidence for this remains limited. Compared to contemporaneous civilizations, Tartessian metallurgy stands out for its technical proficiency and artistic merit. While not necessarily more advanced than the metalworking traditions of major powers like Egypt or Assyria, Tartessian metallurgy was certainly on par with, and in some aspects superior to, that of many other Mediterranean cultures of the time. This technological prowess contributed significantly to Tartessian wealth and influence in the region. Archaeological excavations have revealed tantalizing glimpses of Tartessian engineering prowess. The ancient city of Tartessos, located in modern-day southern Spain, has yielded evidence of advanced metalworking and construction techniques that were ahead of their time. Excavations have uncovered remnants of sophisticated water management systems, including canals and reservoirs, suggesting the Tartessians had developed methods to control and distribute water effectively in their semi-arid environment. These hydraulic works demonstrate a deep understanding of landscape engineering and water flow dynamics. Tartessian architecture also showcased their engineering skills. Foundations of large buildings and defensive walls have been found, constructed using a combination of stone and adobe bricks. The precision of these structures indicates a high level of planning and execution in their building practices. Perhaps most impressive is the evidence of Tartessian metalworking. They were renowned for their ability to work with precious metals, particularly silver. Archaeological finds include intricate jewelry and elaborate metalwork, showcasing advanced techniques such as granulation and filigree. This mastery of metallurgy extended to their mining operations, with evidence of complex shaft and gallery systems that allowed for efficient extraction of mineral resources. The Tartessians, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, developed sophisticated methods to harness water resources for both agriculture and daily life. They constructed an extensive network of canals and reservoirs to manage water flow from rivers and streams. These systems allowed them to irrigate large areas of farmland, enabling the cultivation of crops even during dry periods. In their cities, the Tartessians built aqueducts to transport fresh water from distant sources. They also created underground cisterns to store rainwater, ensuring a steady supply for domestic use. This advanced water management system supported a growing population and contributed to the prosperity of Tartessian society. The Tartessians were known for their metallurgical skills, and they applied this knowledge to create metal pipes and fittings for their water systems. This technology allowed for more efficient water distribution throughout their settlements. They also developed techniques for water purification, using natural materials like sand and gravel to filter impurities. Their expertise in water management extended to flood control. The Tartessians built dams and levees along rivers to protect their agricultural lands and settlements from seasonal flooding. This comprehensive approach to water resource management played a crucial role in the success and longevity of Tartessian civilization, allowing them to thrive in a region with variable water availability. The Tartessian culture, which flourished in southern Spain during the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, left behind a range of tools and weapons that provide insight into their technological capabilities and daily life. Bronze was a key material for the Tartessians, and they crafted various implements from this durable alloy. Swords and daggers were important weapons in Tartessian society. Archaeologists have uncovered bronze swords with distinctive leaf-shaped blades, some adorned with intricate designs. These weapons were not only functional, but also served as symbols of status and power. Spears and javelins complemented the arsenal, featuring bronze tips attached to wooden shafts. For everyday use, Tartessian craftsmen produced an array of tools. Bronze axes, chisels, and saws were essential for woodworking and construction. Farming implements included bronze sickles for harvesting crops and hoes for tilling the soil. Fishing, an important activity in coastal regions, was facilitated by bronze hooks and harpoons. The Tartessians also developed sophisticated metalworking techniques, as evidenced by the discovery of molds and crucibles used in bronze casting. This technological prowess allowed them to create both practical tools and ornate jewelry, showcasing their skill in manipulating metals for various purposes. Tartessian shipbuilding technology was quite advanced for its time, rivaling and in some ways surpassing that of other Mediterranean maritime cultures. The Tartessians, who inhabited the southwestern Iberian Peninsula from around 1000 to 500 BCE, were renowned for their seafaring abilities and shipbuilding expertise. Tartessian ships were known for their sturdy construction and seaworthiness. They utilized a unique combination of timber types, including oak for the main structure and pine for the planking. This blend of woods provided both strength and flexibility, allowing their vessels to withstand the rough conditions of the Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea. One notable feature of Tartessian ships was their use of lead sheathing on the hull. This technique, which was not widely adopted by other cultures until centuries later, provided additional protection against water damage and marine organisms. It also improved the hydrodynamics of the vessel, allowing for greater speed and maneuverability. Compared to their Phoenician and Greek counterparts, Tartessian ships were generally larger and more robust. This allowed them to carry heavier loads and travel longer distances, contributing to their success in long-distance trade. The Tartessians also developed advanced rigging systems that enabled better control of their sails, giving them an edge in navigation and speed over many of their contemporaries. The Tartessian civilization, which flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula from around 1000 to 500 BCE, made significant contributions to ancient agriculture. One of their most notable innovations was the development of sophisticated irrigation systems. These systems allowed the Tartessians to cultivate crops in areas that were previously too arid for successful farming. The Tartessians also excelled in metalworking, particularly with silver and copper. This skill translated into the creation of advanced agricultural tools, enabling more efficient farming practices. Their metal implements were likely superior to those of neighboring cultures, giving Tartessian farmers an edge in productivity. Another important innovation linked to the Tartessians was their advanced understanding of crop rotation and soil management. Evidence suggests they practiced a form of sustainable agriculture, alternating between different crops to maintain soil fertility. This approach would have increased yields and allowed for longer-term use of agricultural lands. The Tartessians were also known for their extensive trade networks, which facilitated the exchange of agricultural products and techniques with other Mediterranean cultures. This cross-pollination of ideas likely contributed to the spread of agricultural innovations throughout the region, influencing farming practices beyond their immediate territory. The Tartessians, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, were renowned for their advanced metalworking techniques. They extracted and processed various metals with a particular focus on silver, copper, and tin. To extract metals from ore, the Tartessians employed sophisticated mining methods. They dug deep shafts and tunnels into the earth, following veins of mineral-rich rock. Once the ore was extracted, it underwent a series of processing steps to separate the desired metals from surrounding rock and impurities. The first stage involved crushing the ore into smaller pieces using stone hammers and anvils. This increased the surface area of the material, making it easier to process. The crushed ore was then heated in furnaces to high temperatures, causing the metal to melt and separate from the rock. The Tartessians used charcoal as fuel for their furnaces, achieving temperatures hot enough to smelt even stubborn ores. After smelting, the molten metal was poured into molds to create ingots or other forms for further refining or trade. The Tartessians likely used additional techniques such as cupellation for silver, which involved heating the metal with lead to remove impurities. Their mastery of these processes allowed them to produce high-quality metals that were prized throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, which flourished in southern Spain during the Bronze Age, has left tantalizing clues about their astronomical knowledge. Archaeological findings at sites like El Carambolo have unearthed artifacts with celestial motifs, suggesting the Tartessians had a keen interest in the night sky. Gold jewelry adorned with solar symbols and intricate geometric patterns, potentially representing constellations, hint at their cosmic awareness. Excavations have also revealed structures that might have served astronomical purposes. Some researchers propose that certain buildings were aligned with significant celestial events, such as solstices or equinoxes. This architectural evidence, while not conclusive, aligns with practices observed in other ancient cultures that integrated astronomical observations into their religious and social lives. The Tartessians were renowned metalworkers and traders, maintaining extensive networks across the Mediterranean. This cosmopolitan nature likely facilitated the exchange of astronomical knowledge with other advanced civilizations of the time, such as the Phoenicians and Greeks. Historical accounts, though limited, suggest that Tartessian leaders possessed wisdom that may have included celestial lore. However, it is important to note that much of our understanding of Tartessian astronomy remains speculative. The lack of written records from the civilization itself leaves many questions unanswered. Ongoing archaeological work and interdisciplinary studies continue to shed light on this intriguing aspect of Tartessian culture, gradually piecing together their ancient understanding of the cosmos. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, located in what is now southern Spain, was renowned for its advanced metalworking techniques, particularly in gold and silver. These technological innovations spread to other cultures through extensive trade networks that spanned the Mediterranean and beyond. Phoenician merchants played a crucial role in disseminating Tartessian knowledge and products. As skilled seafarers and traders, they established colonies and trading posts throughout the Mediterranean, facilitating cultural and technological exchange. Tartessian metalwork and jewelry found their way to distant shores, inspiring local artisans to adopt and adapt these techniques. Greek explorers and colonists also encountered Tartessian innovations during their westward expeditions. They brought back not only precious metals, but also knowledge of advanced mining and smelting techniques. This transfer of technology influenced Greek metalworking practices and contributed to the development of new alloys and crafting methods. The Celts, who began expanding into the Iberian Peninsula around the 6th century before the Common Era, also came into contact with Tartessian culture. They absorbed and modified Tartessian metalworking techniques, incorporating them into their own distinctive artistic styles. This fusion of technologies and aesthetics spread northward as Celtic peoples migrated across Europe, leaving traces of Tartessian influence in artifacts found far from their original source. The relationship between Tartessos and the Phoenicians was a complex interplay of trade, cultural exchange, and mutual benefit. Tartessos, an ancient civilization located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, flourished during the first millennium BCE. The Phoenicians, skilled seafarers and traders from the eastern Mediterranean, established a network of colonies along the Mediterranean coast, including several near Tartessian territory. Trade formed the cornerstone of their relationship. The Phoenicians were drawn to the region by its abundant mineral resources, particularly silver, gold, and tin. Tartessos controlled access to these valuable metals, which were in high demand across the Mediterranean world. In exchange, the Phoenicians brought exotic goods, advanced technologies, and new ideas from the eastern Mediterranean. This commercial partnership led to significant cultural exchange. Phoenician influence can be seen in Tartessian art, architecture, and religious practices. The Tartessians adopted the Phoenician alphabet, adapting it to create their own unique writing system. However, the relationship was not one of domination, but rather mutual benefit, with Tartessos maintaining its distinct identity and power. The interaction between Tartessos and the Phoenicians played a crucial role in connecting the Iberian Peninsula to the wider Mediterranean world, facilitating the flow of goods, ideas, and innovations that would shape the region for centuries to come. The Phoenician colonization had a profound influence on Tartessian culture, reshaping the society and economy of this ancient Iberian civilization. Tartessos, located in what is now southern Spain, was already a prosperous region known for its rich mineral resources when the Phoenicians arrived in the 9th century BCE. The Phoenicians, master seafarers and traders from the eastern Mediterranean, established a network of coastal settlements and trading posts along the southern Iberian coast. This interaction led to a significant exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between the two cultures. The Tartessians adopted many Phoenician practices, particularly in metalworking and pottery production, which greatly enhanced their own craftsmanship. One of the most significant impacts was the introduction of the Phoenician alphabet, which the Tartessians adapted to create their own writing system. This development allowed for more sophisticated record-keeping and communication, facilitating trade and cultural exchange. The Phoenicians also brought new agricultural techniques and crops, diversifying the Tartessian economy beyond its traditional focus on mining and metallurgy. The influx of Phoenician luxury goods and cultural practices led to changes in Tartessian social structures, with local elites adopting Phoenician customs to display their status. This cultural fusion created a unique Tartessian Orientalizing period, characterized by a blend of indigenous and Eastern Mediterranean influences in art, architecture, and religious practices. The Phoenician impact on Tartessos ultimately contributed to its transformation from a local culture into a more cosmopolitan civilization engaged in Mediterranean trade networks. Archaeological discoveries provide compelling evidence of extensive trade between Tartessos and Phoenician cities. Excavations at Tartessian sites in southern Spain have unearthed numerous Phoenician artifacts, including distinctive pottery, jewelry, and other luxury goods. These findings indicate a robust commercial relationship between the two cultures. Phoenician-style buildings and urban planning techniques found in Tartessian settlements further support the idea of close interactions. The layout of some Tartessian towns bears striking similarities to Phoenician urban centers, suggesting a transfer of architectural knowledge and practices. Perhaps the most significant evidence comes from the discovery of Tartessian silver objects in Phoenician colonies and even in the Levant. This demonstrates that Tartessian goods, particularly precious metals, were highly valued and widely traded throughout the Phoenician network. The presence of Tartessian-style artifacts in distant Phoenician outposts underscores the far-reaching nature of this trade relationship. Ancient texts also allude to this connection. While direct Tartessian writings are scarce, Greek and Roman sources mention the wealth of Tartessos and its interactions with Phoenician traders. These historical accounts, combined with the archaeological evidence, paint a picture of a thriving commercial partnership between Tartessos and Phoenician cities, spanning several centuries in the first millennium before Common Era. The artistic interactions between Tartessian and Phoenician cultures were complex and multifaceted, reflecting the rich cultural exchange that occurred in the ancient Mediterranean. Tartessos, located in what is now southern Spain, was a sophisticated civilization that flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era. The Phoenicians, renowned seafarers and traders from the eastern Mediterranean, established colonies and trading posts along the Iberian coast during this same period. Phoenician influence on Tartessian art is evident in the adoption of certain motifs and techniques. Tartessian craftsmen began incorporating Phoenician-inspired designs such as lotus flowers, palmettes, and stylized animals into their metalwork and pottery. The use of red slip on ceramics, a technique perfected by Phoenician artisans, also became popular in Tartessian pottery production. However, the influence was not unidirectional. Tartessian artistry, deeply rooted in local traditions, also impacted Phoenician styles in the region. Phoenician workshops in Iberia began producing goods that blended their traditional techniques with local aesthetics, creating unique hybrid forms. This fusion is particularly noticeable in jewelry and decorative objects found in Phoenician settlements along the Spanish coast. The exchange of artistic ideas between these cultures resulted in a distinctive Orientalizing style in the Western Mediterranean. This style combined elements from both traditions, creating works that were neither purely Tartessian nor Phoenician, but a new artistic expression born from cultural contact and creative synthesis. The Phoenicians played a crucial role in spreading knowledge about Tartessos to the ancient Mediterranean world. As expert seafarers and traders, the Phoenicians established a vast network of maritime routes that connected various civilizations across the Mediterranean Sea. Their voyages took them to the far western edges of the known world, including the Iberian Peninsula, where Tartessos was located. During their expeditions, Phoenician merchants encountered the wealthy kingdom of Tartessos, known for its abundant mineral resources, particularly silver and tin. The Phoenicians recognized the immense value of these metals and began regular trading with the Tartessians. As they returned to their home ports in the eastern Mediterranean, they brought not only precious metals, but also tales of this prosperous land in the far west. The Phoenicians shared their knowledge of Tartessos with other civilizations they encountered, including the Greeks. It was through Phoenician accounts that Greek writers and historians first learned about Tartessos, leading to its inclusion in Greek literature and mythology. This dissemination of information helped create an aura of mystery and wealth around Tartessos, sparking curiosity and interest among other Mediterranean peoples. Furthermore, the Phoenicians established colonies and trading posts along the southern coast of the Iberian Peninsula, creating a permanent presence in the region. These settlements served as intermediaries between Tartessos and the wider Mediterranean world, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural influences. Through their extensive trade networks and storytelling, the Phoenicians effectively put Tartessos on the map of the ancient world, transforming it from an obscure, distant land into a legendary realm of riches and wonder. The Phoenician alphabet played a crucial role in shaping writing systems across the ancient Mediterranean, including the Tartessian script. Tartessos was an ancient civilization that flourished in the southern Iberian Peninsula, and its writing system shows clear influences from Phoenician traders who established colonies along the coast. The Phoenicians, renowned seafarers and merchants from the eastern Mediterranean, brought their alphabet to the western Mediterranean around the 9th century BCE. This alphabet, consisting of 22 consonantal letters, was revolutionary in its simplicity and adaptability. When Phoenician traders came into contact with the Tartessians, they introduced this efficient writing system. The Tartessian script, developed around the 7th century BCE, borrowed heavily from the Phoenician alphabet. It adopted many of the Phoenician letter shapes and sounds, adapting them to suit the needs of the Tartessian language. This adaptation resulted in a semi-syllabic script that included both consonantal and syllabic signs, reflecting the unique linguistic features of Tartessian. The influence of the Phoenician alphabet on Tartessian writing demonstrates the far-reaching impact of Phoenician culture and trade networks. It also highlights the process of cultural exchange and adaptation that occurred in ancient societies, as the Tartessians modified the imported writing system to create a unique script suited to their own language and needs. The religious practices of the Tartessians and Phoenicians shared some intriguing similarities while also maintaining distinct differences. Both cultures flourished in the Western Mediterranean during the first millennium BCE, leading to some mutual influences in their spiritual beliefs and rituals. One notable similarity was their polytheistic nature, with both Tartessians and Phoenicians worshipping multiple deities. They also shared a reverence for celestial bodies, particularly the sun and moon, which played significant roles in their religious ceremonies and mythologies. Additionally, both cultures practiced animal sacrifices as part of their religious rituals, although the specific animals and methods varied. However, the Phoenicians had a more developed pantheon with well-defined gods and goddesses, such as Baal and Astarte, while the Tartessian deities remain somewhat enigmatic due to limited historical records. The Phoenicians also established elaborate temple complexes dedicated to their gods, whereas Tartessian religious sites were generally simpler in structure. Another key difference lay in their funerary practices. Tartessians typically cremated their dead and placed the ashes in urns, while Phoenicians practiced both cremation and inhumation, often in rock-cut tombs. These disparities reflect the unique cultural identities and beliefs of each civilization, despite their geographical proximity and occasional interactions. The competition between Phoenician traders and the Tartessians had a profound impact on the economy of ancient Tartessos. Located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, Tartessos was renowned for its rich mineral resources, particularly silver, copper, and tin. The arrival of Phoenician merchants in the region around the 9th century before Common Era marked a significant shift in Tartessian economic dynamics. Phoenician traders, with their advanced seafaring skills and extensive trade networks, brought new opportunities and challenges to the Tartessian economy. On one hand, their presence opened up new markets for Tartessian goods, especially metals, allowing for increased exports and wealth generation. The Phoenicians acted as intermediaries, connecting Tartessos to distant Mediterranean markets and introducing valuable trade goods like ivory, textiles, and spices. However, this competition also put pressure on Tartessian merchants and producers. Phoenician traders often had more advanced commercial practices and wider connections, allowing them to negotiate better prices and secure more favorable trade deals. This competition likely forced Tartessian traders to adapt and improve their own methods to remain competitive in the evolving economic landscape. The influx of Phoenician goods and practices also led to changes in local production and consumption patterns. Tartessians began adopting new technologies and crafts introduced by the Phoenicians, such as advanced metalworking techniques and pottery styles. This cultural and economic exchange ultimately transformed Tartessian society, leading to a period of increased prosperity but also greater dependence on foreign trade networks. Archaeological findings in southern Spain have revealed compelling evidence of Phoenician influence in Tartessian territories. Excavations at sites like Huelva and Cadiz have unearthed distinctly Phoenician pottery, jewelry, and other artifacts dating back to the 9th and 8th centuries BCE. These discoveries indicate extensive trade and cultural exchange between the Phoenicians and the local Tartessian population. One of the most significant pieces of evidence is the Phoenician-style architecture found at several Tartessian settlements. The remains of buildings and fortifications show clear Phoenician construction techniques and urban planning principles. This suggests that Phoenician settlers not only traded with the Tartessians, but also established permanent settlements in the region. Inscriptions and writing materials found at these sites further support the Phoenician presence. Archaeologists have uncovered Phoenician alphabetic scripts on various objects, demonstrating the spread of their writing system to the Iberian Peninsula. This linguistic influence had a lasting impact on the development of local writing systems. Metallurgical evidence also points to Phoenician involvement in the region. Advanced metalworking techniques and tools associated with Phoenician craftsmanship have been discovered at Tartessian sites, indicating a transfer of technological knowledge. This aligns with historical accounts of Phoenicians seeking the rich mineral resources of the area, particularly silver and tin. The decline of Phoenician influence had a profound impact on Tartessos, an ancient civilization located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula. As Phoenician power waned, Tartessos experienced significant changes in its trade networks, cultural exchanges, and economic prosperity. Phoenician traders had long been crucial intermediaries for Tartessos, connecting this resource-rich region to the wider Mediterranean world. They facilitated the export of valuable metals like silver, gold, and tin from Tartessian mines. As Phoenician influence diminished, Tartessos lost its primary trade partners and access to established maritime routes. This shift forced Tartessos to adapt its economic strategies. The civilization began to focus more on local trade and resource exploitation. However, without the extensive network provided by Phoenician merchants, Tartessos struggled to maintain its former level of wealth and influence in the region. The cultural landscape of Tartessos also transformed as Phoenician influence receded. The unique blend of indigenous Iberian and Phoenician elements that had characterized Tartessian culture began to evolve. Local traditions reasserted themselves, while new influences from Greek and Carthaginian sources started to shape Tartessian society. This cultural shift marked the beginning of a new era for Tartessos, one that would ultimately lead to its gradual decline and eventual disappearance from historical records. Ancient Greek writers spoke of Tartessos with a mixture of fascination and mystery. Herodotus, often called the father of history, described Tartessos as a wealthy kingdom located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. He wrote of a prosperous city that traded in precious metals, particularly silver, and enjoyed great riches. The Greek geographer Strabo also mentioned Tartessos, associating it with the Guadalquivir River in modern-day Spain. He described it as a culturally advanced civilization with its own writing system and a long history of laws. Other Greek sources painted Tartessos as a kind of El Dorado, a land of untold wealth and resources. However, it is important to note that many of these accounts were second-hand or based on legends. The Greeks never provided precise locations or detailed first-hand observations of Tartessos. This lack of direct evidence has led some scholars to question whether Tartessos was a specific city or rather a broader region or culture. Despite the uncertainty, these ancient Greek descriptions sparked centuries of interest in Tartessos, inspiring archaeologists and historians to search for evidence of this enigmatic civilization along the southern coast of the Iberian Peninsula. Their accounts, while perhaps embellished, have provided valuable clues in the ongoing quest to understand this mysterious ancient culture. While Tartessos was a real ancient civilization located in southern Spain, it became shrouded in mystery and legend over time. Greek mythology does not have extensive stories directly linked to Tartessos, but there are some intriguing connections and references. The most notable association is with the myth of Hercules and his 10th labor. According to legend, Hercules was tasked with stealing the cattle of Geryon, a fearsome giant who lived on an island called Erythea. Some ancient sources placed Erythea near or within the realm of Tartessos. This connection led to speculation that the wealthy and mysterious Tartessos might have been the inspiration for tales of distant, exotic lands in Greek mythology. Another link comes from the story of King Arganthonios, ruler of Tartessos, mentioned by the Greek historian Herodotus. Although not strictly mythological, the account of this long-lived and wealthy king took on legendary proportions. Herodotus claimed that Arganthonios reigned for an incredible 80 years and lived to be 120 years old. This tale of longevity and prosperity contributed to the image of Tartessos as a land of wonder and riches. The limited mythological connections to Tartessos reflect its position as a semi-legendary place in Greek imagination, existing at the edges of the known world. Its reputation for wealth and its location beyond the Pillars of Hercules, now known as the Strait of Gibraltar, made it a source of fascination and speculation for ancient Greek writers and explorers. Greek and Phoenician trade with Tartessos, an ancient civilization located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, had distinct characteristics and approaches. The Greeks, who arrived later than the Phoenicians, primarily sought precious metals, especially silver, from the rich mines of Tartessos. Their trade was more focused and less frequent compared to the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians, on the other hand, had established a more comprehensive and long-standing trading relationship with Tartessos. They engaged in a wider variety of goods, including not only metals, but also agricultural products, textiles, and crafted items. Phoenician merchants set up permanent trading posts and colonies along the coast, facilitating regular and diverse commercial exchanges. Another key difference lay in the cultural impact of these trading relationships. The Phoenicians had a more profound influence on Tartessian culture, introducing their alphabet and certain religious practices. Greek influence, while present, was less pervasive due to their later arrival and more limited engagement. The nature of the exchanges also differed. Phoenician trade often involved a system of gift exchange with local elites, fostering long-term relationships. Greek trade, by contrast, tended to be more transactional, focused on specific commodities rather than building extensive cultural ties. Archaeological findings from the ancient Iberian civilization of Tartessos reveal intriguing connections to Greek culture. Excavations at sites in southern Spain have unearthed Greek pottery and other artifacts dating back to the 6th century BCE, suggesting active trade between Tartessos and Greek city-states. This exchange of goods likely facilitated a broader cultural influence. Tartessian metalwork shows signs of Greek artistic techniques, particularly in the intricate designs found on gold and silver objects. Some scholars argue that these stylistic elements indicate more than mere imitation, pointing to a deeper appreciation and adoption of Greek aesthetic principles by Tartessian craftsmen. Literary sources, though limited, also hint at Greek influence. Greek historians like Herodotus mention Tartessos, describing it as a wealthy and sophisticated society. While these accounts may be embellished, they suggest that Greeks were aware of and interested in Tartessian culture, potentially leading to further interactions and exchanges of ideas. Linguistic evidence, though sparse, offers another avenue for exploring Greek influence. Some researchers have identified potential Greek loanwords in the fragmentary Tartessian language, though this remains a subject of ongoing debate among scholars. These linguistic connections, if confirmed, would provide further support for significant cultural contact between the two societies. Greek colonization in Iberia had a significant impact on Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain. As Greek traders and settlers established outposts along the Mediterranean coast of the Iberian Peninsula, they brought new ideas, technologies, and cultural practices that influenced Tartessian society. The Greeks introduced advanced metalworking techniques to the region, particularly in silver and gold production. This knowledge exchange led to improvements in Tartessian metallurgy, enhancing their ability to exploit the rich mineral resources of the area. The increased production and trade of precious metals further strengthened the economic power of Tartessos. Greek influence also extended to Tartessian art and architecture. Hellenic artistic styles began to appear in local craftsmanship, blending with indigenous motifs to create a unique aesthetic. The layout and design of Tartessian settlements also showed signs of Greek urban planning principles, with more organized street grids and public spaces. Perhaps most importantly, Greek colonization efforts intensified maritime trade networks in the Western Mediterranean. Tartessos became a crucial intermediary between the Greek world and the Atlantic trade routes, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural practices across a vast area. This position as a trade hub further enhanced the wealth and influence of Tartessos in the region. Tartessos, an ancient civilization located in southern Spain, played a significant role in Greek explorations of the Western Mediterranean. This mysterious culture, which flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era, was known to the Greeks as a wealthy and advanced society rich in precious metals. Greek explorers and traders were drawn to Tartessos due to its abundant resources, particularly silver and tin. These metals were highly valued in the ancient world, and the Greeks sought to establish trade relations with the Tartessians to acquire these valuable commodities. The Greek historian Herodotus mentioned Tartessos in his writings, describing it as a prosperous kingdom beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. The interactions between the Greeks and Tartessos led to increased Greek presence in the Western Mediterranean. Greek colonists established settlements along the coast of Spain and southern France, using these outposts as bases for further exploration and trade. This expansion of Greek influence helped to spread Hellenic culture and ideas throughout the region, contributing to the broader exchange of knowledge and technologies between different Mediterranean civilizations. While Tartessos eventually declined and disappeared from historical records, its legacy continued to inspire Greek explorers and writers. The tales of Tartessian wealth and the allure of undiscovered lands beyond the known world fueled Greek curiosity and ambition, encouraging further voyages of exploration into the Western Mediterranean and beyond. Ancient Greek accounts of Tartessian wealth and resources were likely based on a mixture of fact and exaggeration. Tartessos was an ancient civilization located in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, in what is now modern-day Spain. Greek writers and traders describe Tartessos as a land of immense riches, particularly in metals like silver, gold, and tin. Archaeological evidence suggests there was indeed substantial truth to these accounts. The region was rich in mineral resources, especially silver from the Rio Tinto mines. Excavations have uncovered sophisticated metalworking techniques and trade networks extending across the Mediterranean. However, the Greeks may have embellished some details, as ancient writers often did when describing distant, exotic lands. It's important to note that much of our knowledge about Tartessos comes from these Greek sources, as the Tartessians left few written records of their own. This reliance on external accounts makes it challenging to separate fact from fiction. The Greeks' descriptions of Tartessian wealth likely served to fuel interest in trade and exploration, potentially leading to some exaggeration. While the exact scale of Tartessian wealth remains debatable, it's clear the civilization was prosperous and technologically advanced for its time. The Greek accounts, though possibly embellished, did capture the essence of a resource-rich and commercially important region that played a significant role in ancient Mediterranean trade networks. Archaeological excavations in southern Spain have yielded fascinating evidence of cultural connections between ancient Greece and the enigmatic civilization of Tartessos. Several Greek artifacts have been unearthed at Tartessian sites, providing tangible links between these two Mediterranean cultures. One of the most significant finds is Greek pottery. particularly fragments of Attic black figure and red figure vases dating from the 6th and 5th centuries before Common Era. These exquisite ceramics, likely imported as luxury goods, demonstrate that Tartessos engaged in trade with Greek city-states or their colonies. Bronze figurines of Greek origin have also been discovered in Tartessian contexts. These small statues, often depicting gods or mythological figures, suggest that some aspects of Greek religious or cultural practices may have been adopted or appreciated by the Tartessians. Additionally, Greek-style jewelry, including delicate gold earrings and necklaces, has been found in Tartessian burial sites. These ornate pieces highlight the sophisticated tastes of Tartessian elites and their appreciation for Greek craftsmanship. Such artifacts not only reveal trade connections, but also hint at the complex cultural exchanges that occurred in the ancient Mediterranean world. Ancient Greek views of Tartessos evolved significantly as exploration and trade expanded in the Western Mediterranean. Initially, Tartessos was shrouded in mystery, known only through vague tales of a wealthy kingdom beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Early Greek writers like Herodotus described it as a distant land of riches, particularly abundant in silver and other precious metals. As Greek mariners ventured further west, their understanding of Tartessos became more grounded in reality. They discovered a sophisticated civilization in southern Iberia, centered around the Guadalquivir River. Greek merchants established direct trade relations, exchanging olive oil and wine for Tartessian metals. This first-hand contact led to more accurate accounts of Tartessian culture and geography in Greek writings. However, by the 5th century BCE, references to Tartessos in Greek literature began to fade. This decline in mentions coincided with the apparent collapse or transformation of Tartessian society. Some scholars suggest that Carthaginian expansion in the region may have disrupted Greek access to Tartessos, leading to a loss of direct knowledge. In later centuries, as the historical Tartessos receded into the past, it once again took on a semi-mythical status in Greek thought. It became associated with legends of the lost city of Atlantis and other tales of vanished golden ages. This shift from concrete knowledge back to mythical imagination reflects the complex relationship between Greek perceptions and the changing realities of the ancient Western Mediterranean world. The impact of Greek philosophical and scientific ideas on Tartessian culture remains a subject of ongoing research and debate among historians and archaeologists. Tartessos was an ancient civilization that flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, primarily in modern-day Andalusia, Spain, from around the 9th to the 6th centuries BCE. While direct evidence of Greek influence on Tartessian culture is limited, there are indications of cultural exchange between the two civilizations. Greek merchants and explorers, particularly from the city-state of Phocaea, are known to have established trading contacts with Tartessos as early as the 7th century BCE. These interactions likely facilitated the exchange of not only goods, but also ideas and knowledge. Some scholars suggest that Greek philosophical concepts and scientific advancements may have influenced Tartessian thought and practices, particularly in areas such as astronomy, mathematics, and metallurgy. The Tartessians were renowned for their advanced metalworking techniques, and it is possible that Greek scientific knowledge contributed to the refinement of these skills. However, it is important to note that the extent of Greek influence on Tartessian culture should not be overstated. Tartessos had its own rich cultural traditions and technological innovations, many of which predated significant Greek contact. The relationship between Greek and Tartessian civilizations was likely one of mutual exchange rather than one-sided influence, with both cultures potentially benefiting from shared knowledge and ideas. The sudden disappearance of Tartessos remains one of the most intriguing mysteries of ancient history. Several theories attempt to explain the fate of this advanced civilization that once thrived in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula. One prominent theory suggests that a catastrophic natural disaster, possibly a tsunami or severe flooding, devastated the coastal regions where Tartessos was located. This explanation aligns with geological evidence of significant environmental changes in the area during the relevant time period. Another hypothesis proposes that Tartessos fell victim to economic collapse. As a civilization heavily dependent on trade and mineral resources, a sudden shift in trade routes or depletion of its mines could have led to a rapid decline. This theory is supported by archaeological evidence showing a decrease in Tartessian artifacts and trade goods in the region. Some scholars argue that Tartessos might have been conquered by expanding powers such as Carthage or local Iberian tribes. The lack of clear evidence of violent destruction at Tartessian sites, however, makes this theory less widely accepted among experts. Nonetheless, the disappearance of Tartessos continues to fascinate historians and archaeologists, spurring ongoing research and excavations in the hopes of uncovering more clues about this enigmatic civilization. The decline of Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, was likely influenced by several environmental factors. Changing climate conditions in the region during the late 1st millennium BCE played a significant role. As temperatures cooled and rainfall patterns shifted, agricultural productivity in the area may have decreased, putting strain on the Tartessian economy and food supply. Another crucial environmental factor was the gradual silting of the Guadalquivir River, which had been a vital waterway for Tartessian trade and transportation. This natural process reduced navigability and access to inland areas, potentially disrupting trade networks and limiting economic opportunities. The accumulation of sediment also affected the surrounding wetlands and estuaries, altering local ecosystems and possibly impacting fishing and other resource-gathering activities. Deforestation might have contributed to Tartessos' decline as well. As the civilization expanded and demanded more resources, extensive logging for shipbuilding and construction could have led to soil erosion and further sedimentation of waterways. This environmental degradation may have exacerbated the effects of climate change and river silting, creating a feedback loop of ecological challenges. Lastly, some researchers suggest that seismic activity in the region could have played a role. Earthquakes or tsunamis might have damaged Tartessian infrastructure and disrupted daily life, adding to the cumulative pressures faced by the civilization. While the exact combination of factors leading to Tartessos' decline remains a subject of ongoing study, it is clear that environmental changes significantly impacted this ancient society's ability to thrive and adapt. The fall of Tartessos remains shrouded in mystery, but invasions and conflicts likely played a significant role in its decline. Tartessos was a wealthy civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the 1st millennium BCE, known for its rich mineral resources and trade connections. However, its eventual disappearance from historical records has led to much speculation about the factors contributing to its downfall. One prominent theory suggests that Carthaginian expansion into the western Mediterranean may have destabilized Tartessos. As Carthage sought to control trade routes and resources in the region, they might have come into direct conflict with the Tartessian civilization. This competition for economic dominance could have weakened Tartessos over time, making it more vulnerable to outside pressures. Another possibility is that Celtic invasions from Central Europe disrupted the established power structures in Iberia. These migrations, occurring around the 6th and 5th centuries BCE, brought new groups into the peninsula, potentially leading to conflicts with the existing Tartessian population. Such upheavals could have eroded Tartessos' political and economic stability. It is also worth considering that internal conflicts or civil strife might have contributed to the fall of Tartessos. As with many ancient civilizations, power struggles or social unrest could have weakened the society from within, making it less resilient to external threats. While direct evidence for such internal conflicts is limited, they remain a plausible factor in the complex web of causes that led to the eventual disappearance of this enigmatic civilization. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, located in southern Spain, was profoundly impacted by shifting Mediterranean trade patterns. As Phoenician merchants expanded their influence westward in the first millennium BCE, they established new trade routes and colonies along the Iberian coast. This influx of foreign traders brought increased demand for Tartessian resources, especially silver and tin. Initially, Tartessos thrived as an intermediary between the mineral-rich hinterlands and these new maritime traders. The Tartessians leveraged their position to become wealthy middlemen, exchanging locally sourced metals for exotic goods from the eastern Mediterranean. This period of prosperity allowed Tartessos to develop into a sophisticated urban society with its own unique culture and writing system. However, the very trade networks that fueled Tartessian growth ultimately contributed to its decline. As Phoenician and later Greek colonists established direct access to Iberian mineral sources, they gradually bypassed Tartessian middlemen. This erosion of Tartessos's economic advantage coincided with the rise of Carthage as a major Mediterranean power. Carthaginian expansion into southern Iberia further marginalized Tartessian influence in regional trade. By the late 6th century BCE, these compounding factors had significantly diminished Tartessos's role in Mediterranean commerce. The once flourishing civilization began to fade from historical records, its power and wealth diminished by the changing dynamics of long-distance trade. The story of Tartessos illustrates how ancient societies could rise and fall based on their ability to adapt to evolving economic landscapes in the interconnected world of Mediterranean trade. The fate of our universe has long intrigued scientists and philosophers alike. Recent observations and theories point towards a gradual decline rather than a sudden collapse. This slow fade is often referred to as the Big Freeze or heat death scenario. One key piece of evidence supporting this gradual decline comes from measurements of the cosmic microwave background radiation. This faint glow, left over from the early universe, reveals that space is expanding at an accelerating rate. This acceleration suggests that rather than collapsing back in on itself, the universe will continue to expand indefinitely. Dark energy, a mysterious force that appears to permeate all of space, provides further support for a gradual decline. Observations of distant supernovae have shown that this energy is causing the expansion of the universe to speed up over time. As the universe expands, it will gradually cool and become less dense, leading to a slow, steady progression towards a state of maximum entropy. The laws of thermodynamics also support this view. As energy spreads out more evenly across the expanding universe, useful energy gradually becomes less available. This process, while incredibly slow, is expected to continue until the universe reaches a state of thermal equilibrium, where no further work can be done. The rise of Carthage played a significant role in the decline and eventual disappearance of Tartessos, an ancient civilization located in southern Iberia. As Carthage expanded its influence across the western Mediterranean in the 6th century BCE, it began to dominate maritime trade routes that had previously been controlled by the Tartessians. Carthage's superior naval power and aggressive economic policies gradually eroded Tartessos's position as a major trading hub. The Carthaginians established their own colonies along the Iberian coast, effectively cutting off Tartessos from its traditional trading partners and resources. This economic strangulation severely weakened the Tartessian economy, which had long relied on its strategic location and control of valuable metal resources. Furthermore, Carthage's military expansion into Iberia put direct pressure on Tartessian territories. While there is no clear evidence of a full-scale invasion, the threat of Carthaginian aggression likely forced Tartessos to divert resources towards defense, further weakening its economic and political structures. The combination of economic isolation and military pressure from Carthage ultimately led to the fading of Tartessos from historical records by the late 6th century BCE. This decline coincided with the rise of Carthage as the dominant power in the Western Mediterranean, highlighting the profound impact that geopolitical shifts can have on the fate of entire civilizations. Archaeological findings from the late 6th century BCE provide crucial insights into the twilight years of Tartessos, the enigmatic civilization that once thrived in southern Iberia. Excavations at sites like Huelva and Doñana National Park have unearthed artifacts that suggest a gradual decline rather than a sudden collapse. Pottery fragments and metalwork from this period show a marked decrease in quality and quantity compared to earlier Tartessian productions. This decline in craftsmanship likely indicates economic struggles and a loss of access to resources or trade networks. Additionally, changes in burial practices and religious artifacts hint at social and cultural shifts, possibly influenced by increasing contact with Phoenician and Greek traders. One of the most telling pieces of evidence comes from the ancient harbor of Huelva. Sediment cores reveal a layer of silt dating to the late 6th century BCE, suggesting the harbor became less navigable. This environmental change would have severely impacted Tartessos's maritime trade, a cornerstone of their economy and power. Intriguingly, some sites show signs of abandonment or repurposing around this time. The famous Cancho Roano complex, for instance, appears to have been ritually closed and abandoned, with valuable objects deliberately buried. This practice might indicate a planned and organized end to certain aspects of Tartessian culture, rather than a chaotic downfall. The decline of Tartessos had significant ripple effects across the ancient Mediterranean world. This powerful civilization, located in what is now southern Spain, was a key player in trade networks stretching from the Atlantic coast to the eastern Mediterranean. As Tartessos waned, other cultures in the region scrambled to fill the economic and political vacuum. The Phoenicians, who had long-standing ties with Tartessos, were particularly affected. They lost a valuable trading partner and source of silver and tin. This forced them to seek new resources and markets, leading to increased Phoenician activity in other parts of the Iberian Peninsula and North Africa. The Greek city-states also felt the impact, as they had relied on Tartessian metals for their growing economies. Indigenous Iberian cultures experienced both positive and negative consequences. Some local groups seized the opportunity to assert their independence and expand their influence. However, the loss of Tartessian economic networks also led to a period of instability and reduced wealth for many communities in the region. The power shift resulting from Tartessos's decline ultimately contributed to the rise of Carthage as a dominant force in the Western Mediterranean. Carthage capitalized on the weakened trade networks to establish its own economic and political hegemony, setting the stage for future conflicts with Rome and reshaping the geopolitical landscape of the ancient world. Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, faced several potential natural disasters that could have contributed to its decline. Earthquakes were a significant threat in this seismically active region. The Guadalquivir Valley, where Tartessos was located, sits near the boundary between the African and Eurasian tectonic plates, making it susceptible to powerful tremors that could have destroyed cities and disrupted trade networks. Flooding was another major risk for Tartessos. The civilization developed along rivers and coastal areas, which were prone to periodic inundation. Severe floods could have wiped out crops, damaged infrastructure, and altered the landscape, potentially cutting off important trade routes or rendering once prosperous areas uninhabitable. Climate change might have also played a role in Tartessos's downfall. Evidence suggests that the region experienced a shift towards a drier climate around the time of the civilization's decline. This change could have led to prolonged droughts, affecting agriculture and water supplies, and ultimately undermining the economic foundations of Tartessian society. Tsunamis posed an additional threat to this coastal civilization. The proximity of Tartessos to the Atlantic Ocean made it vulnerable to massive waves triggered by underwater earthquakes or landslides. Such catastrophic events could have devastated coastal settlements and ports, severely impacting the maritime trade that was crucial to Tartessian prosperity. The enigmatic end of Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, remains a subject of scholarly debate. The absence of clear historical records about its demise has led researchers to propose several theories. One explanation suggests that the Carthaginians, expanding their influence in the Western Mediterranean, may have conquered or assimilated Tartessos, effectively erasing its distinct cultural identity. However, the lack of definitive archaeological evidence for a violent conquest has prompted scholars to consider alternative scenarios. Some researchers argue that environmental changes, such as the silting of rivers or shifts in trade routes, could have gradually diminished Tartessos's economic importance, leading to its decline. This theory aligns with the observed changes in settlement patterns and trade networks in the region during the late 6th century before Common Era. Additionally, the rise of Greek and Phoenician colonies along the Mediterranean coast might have redirected trade away from Tartessos, further contributing to its fading influence. Another perspective focuses on the possibility that Tartessos did not disappear suddenly, but rather underwent a gradual cultural transformation. As neighboring cultures exerted increasing influence, Tartessian identity might have slowly blended with others, making it difficult for later historians to distinguish its unique characteristics. This process of cultural assimilation could explain why clear records of Tartessos's end are lacking in historical sources. The scarcity of written records from Tartessos itself compounds the challenge of unraveling its fate. Most of what we know about this civilization comes from Greek and Roman sources, which may have had limited or biased information. Ongoing archaeological research continues to shed light on Tartessian culture, but the exact circumstances of its end remain elusive, leaving scholars to piece together a complex puzzle from fragmentary evidence. The ancient Tartessian culture, which flourished in southern Iberia from around 1000 to 500 BCE, left a lasting impact on later Iberian civilizations. This sophisticated society, centered in modern-day Andalusia, was known for its advanced metalworking techniques and extensive trade networks. Tartessian influence can be seen in the development of Iberian writing systems. The Tartessians adapted Phoenician script to create their own unique alphabet, which later evolved into various Iberian scripts used by different tribes across the peninsula. This cultural exchange laid the foundation for literacy and record-keeping in subsequent Iberian societies. The Tartessians were skilled metallurgists, particularly adept at working with silver and gold. Their expertise in mining and refining precious metals was passed down to later Iberian cultures, contributing to the region's reputation as a source of valuable resources. This knowledge attracted Phoenician and Greek traders, fostering international connections that would shape the economic landscape of ancient Iberia. Tartessian artistic styles, particularly in jewelry and decorative objects, influenced the aesthetic sensibilities of later Iberian cultures. Elements of Tartessian design can be traced in the intricate metalwork and pottery of subsequent civilizations, showcasing a continuity of artistic tradition across centuries. This cultural legacy helped shape the unique identity of Iberian peoples, distinguishing them from other Mediterranean cultures and setting the stage for the rich tapestry of ancient Iberian civilization. The Tartessian civilization, which flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, left behind a complex legacy that continues to intrigue archaeologists and historians. While much of their knowledge was lost with the decline of their culture, certain aspects of Tartessian technology and expertise endured. One of the most significant surviving elements was their metallurgical skill, particularly in working with silver and other precious metals. The techniques developed by Tartessian metalworkers for extracting and refining silver from ore were adopted by subsequent cultures in the region, including the Phoenicians and Romans. This technological transfer helped maintain the Iberian Peninsula's reputation as a major source of high-quality silver long after Tartessos itself had faded. Agricultural practices introduced or refined by the Tartessians also persisted. They were known for their advanced irrigation systems and crop management techniques, which were well suited to the Mediterranean climate. These methods continued to be used in the region, contributing to the agricultural productivity of later societies. The Tartessian legacy also extended to maritime technology. Their expertise in shipbuilding and navigation, honed through extensive trade networks across the Mediterranean and Atlantic, influenced subsequent seafaring cultures. While the full extent of their nautical knowledge remains unclear, elements of their ship design and navigational techniques likely survived through cultural diffusion to other maritime peoples of the ancient world. The legend of Tartessos has played a significant role in shaping Spanish national identity, particularly in the region of Andalusia. This ancient civilization, believed to have flourished in southern Spain between the 9th and 6th centuries BCE, has captured the imagination of Spaniards for generations. Tartessos has become a symbol of Spain's rich and mysterious past, representing a golden age of prosperity and cultural achievement. The allure of this lost civilization has inspired Spanish archaeologists, historians, and writers to delve deeper into their country's ancient roots, fostering a sense of pride in Spain's pre-Roman heritage. In Andalusia, the supposed heartland of Tartessos, the legend has become intertwined with regional identity. Many Andalusians view Tartessos as evidence of their region's unique historical importance and cultural distinctiveness within Spain. This has contributed to a strong sense of regional pride and a desire to preserve and promote local traditions and customs. The impact of Tartessos on Spanish national identity extends beyond regional boundaries. The civilization's reputation for metallurgy and trade has bolstered Spain's image as a land of ancient ingenuity and economic prowess. This narrative has helped shape Spain's self-perception as a nation with a long history of innovation and global influence, stretching back to antiquity. Today, several areas in southern Spain assert connections to the ancient civilization of Tartessos. The modern city of Huelva, located in the autonomous community of Andalusia, is one of the primary claimants to Tartessian heritage. Archaeological evidence suggests that Huelva was a significant port during the Tartessian period, and many artifacts from this era have been unearthed in the region. The province of Cádiz, particularly the area around the city of Cádiz itself, also lays claim to Tartessian roots. This coastal region has yielded numerous archaeological finds linked to Tartessian culture, including elaborate jewelry and metalwork. Some scholars propose that the ancient city of Gadir, believed to be modern-day Cádiz, played a crucial role in Tartessian trade networks. Further inland, the city of Seville and its surrounding areas in the Guadalquivir River Valley have also been associated with Tartessian heritage. This region, rich in mineral resources, was likely an important center of Tartessian metalworking and commerce. Archaeological sites such as El Carambolo, located near Seville, have provided valuable insights into Tartessian culture and its interactions with other Mediterranean civilizations. While the exact boundaries and nature of Tartessos remain subjects of ongoing research and debate, these modern Spanish regions continue to embrace and celebrate their potential connections to this enigmatic ancient culture. Museums, cultural events, and local traditions in these areas often highlight their purported Tartessian legacy, blending historical speculation with regional pride. Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, has left an intriguing mark on literature and art, despite the limited archaeological evidence of its existence. This mysterious culture has captured the imagination of writers and artists for centuries, often serving as a symbol of lost knowledge and hidden treasures. In literature, Tartessos has been featured in both ancient and modern works. The Greek historian Herodotus mentioned Tartessos in his writings, describing it as a wealthy kingdom beyond the Pillars of Hercules. This early account sparked interest in the civilization and laid the foundation for its portrayal in later works. Modern authors have used Tartessos as a setting for historical fiction and fantasy novels, weaving tales of adventure and discovery around the enigmatic culture. Visual artists have also drawn inspiration from Tartessos, particularly in depictions of its legendary wealth and advanced metallurgy. Paintings and sculptures often portray Tartessian kings adorned with gold and silver, reflecting the ancient accounts of the region's mineral riches. Some contemporary artists have created abstract works inspired by the few archaeological artifacts associated with Tartessos, interpreting its cultural legacy through modern artistic expressions. The influence of Tartessos extends beyond traditional art forms, inspiring filmmakers and game designers to incorporate elements of the civilization into their creations. Documentaries exploring the mysteries of ancient civilizations frequently feature Tartessos, while video games and role-playing scenarios use it as a backdrop for immersive storytelling. This ongoing fascination with Tartessos demonstrates how a civilization shrouded in mystery continues to fuel creative expression across various media. Tartessos continues to fascinate archaeologists and historians, serving as a tantalizing glimpse into the complex world of pre-Roman Iberia. This ancient civilization, believed to have flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era in what is now southern Spain, remains shrouded in mystery, fueling ongoing research and debate. Modern archaeological investigations focus on uncovering the true extent and nature of Tartessian culture. Excavations in the Guadalquivir River Valley and surrounding areas have revealed sophisticated metalworking techniques, advanced agricultural practices, and evidence of extensive trade networks. These findings challenge previous assumptions about the level of development in prehistoric Iberia and prompt researchers to reassess the region's role in ancient Mediterranean commerce. Historians are particularly intrigued by Tartessos as a potential link between the cultures of the Near East and the Western Mediterranean. Ancient Greek and Roman texts mention Tartessos as a wealthy and exotic land, rich in silver and other precious metals. This has led scholars to explore the possibility that Tartessos served as a crucial intermediary in the exchange of goods, technologies, and ideas between these distant regions. The study of Tartessos also plays a significant role in understanding the development of early writing systems in the Iberian Peninsula. The discovery of the Tartessian language, preserved in a handful of inscriptions, has sparked intense linguistic research. Deciphering this language could provide valuable insights into the origins and connections of pre-Roman Iberian peoples, potentially reshaping our understanding of ancient European cultural interactions. The enigmatic civilization of Tartessos has captivated imaginations and inspired numerous works in popular culture and media. This ancient culture, which flourished in southern Spain during the Bronze Age, has been a source of fascination due to its legendary wealth and mysterious disappearance. In literature, Tartessos has been featured in various novels and stories, often portrayed as a lost civilization with advanced technology or mystical powers. Authors have woven tales of adventure and discovery around the search for Tartessian artifacts or the rediscovery of their hidden cities. These stories frequently blend historical facts with imaginative speculation, creating a rich tapestry of myth and reality. The allure of Tartessos has also made its way into films and television shows. Documentaries have explored the archaeological evidence and historical accounts, attempting to piece together the puzzle of this elusive culture. In fiction, Tartessos has been depicted as everything from an Atlantis-like utopia to the home of ancient aliens, reflecting the enduring appeal of lost civilizations in popular media. Video games and other interactive media have embraced the mystery of Tartessos as well. Game developers have created virtual worlds where players can explore reconstructions of Tartessian cities or embark on quests to uncover their secrets. These digital experiences allow audiences to engage with the ancient culture in immersive and imaginative ways, further fueling public interest in this fascinating chapter of history. While direct evidence of Tartessian economic practices continuing after the civilization's decline is limited, some aspects of their trade networks and commercial activities likely persisted in modified forms. Tartessos had established important trade connections between the Mediterranean world and the Atlantic coast of Iberia, particularly for metals like silver, copper, and tin. These valuable resources continued to be sought after, and the trade routes Tartessos had developed were likely utilized by subsequent cultures and powers in the region. The Phoenicians, who had close ties with Tartessos, continued to operate in the area and may have absorbed some of the Tartessian trading practices and knowledge. Greek and later Carthaginian traders also became active in the region, potentially building upon the established Tartessian networks. The port cities and settlements that had grown prosperous under Tartessian influence, such as Gardia, modern-day Cadiz, remained important centers of commerce. Additionally, the mining and metalworking techniques developed by the Tartessians in the rich mineral deposits of the Iberian Peninsula likely continued to be employed by later inhabitants. The expertise in extracting and processing metals, particularly silver, would have been too valuable to be lost entirely with the decline of Tartessos. Though Tartessos itself faded, its legacy in trade and resource exploitation laid a foundation for future economic activities in the region, influencing the commercial landscape of the western Mediterranean and Atlantic coasts for centuries to come. The cultural legacy of ancient Tartessos in modern Spanish practices remains a subject of ongoing research and debate among historians and archaeologists. While direct links are challenging to establish definitively, some scholars suggest that certain elements of contemporary Spanish culture might have roots tracing back to Tartessian influence. One area where potential Tartessian echoes can be found is in traditional Andalusian craftsmanship, particularly metalworking and jewelry making. The intricate designs and techniques used in some modern Spanish jewelry bear resemblances to artifacts recovered from Tartessian sites, hinting at a possible continuity of artistic traditions. Linguistic influences are another area of interest. Some researchers propose that certain words and place names in southern Spain, especially in the regions of Andalusia and Extremadura, might have Tartessian origins. However, given the many layers of linguistic influence in the Iberian Peninsula over millennia, these connections remain speculative. In the realm of agriculture and food, some traditional farming and fishing practices in southwestern Spain show similarities to methods believed to have been used by the Tartessians. This includes specific techniques for cultivating olives and producing olive oil, as well as certain fishing methods still employed along the coast. The ancient civilization of Tartessos, which flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium BCE, offers several valuable lessons for modern societies. This enigmatic culture, known for its wealth and advanced metalworking, provides insights into the importance of resource management and international trade. Tartessos thrived due to its rich mineral deposits, particularly silver, and its strategic location for Mediterranean trade. This reminds us of the economic advantages that come from natural resources and geographical positioning. However, the eventual decline of Tartessos also warns against over-reliance on a single industry or resource. The fall of Tartessos, possibly linked to changing trade patterns and resource depletion, highlights the need for economic diversification and sustainable practices. As modern societies face similar challenges with finite resources, the story of Tartessos underscores the importance of adapting to changing economic conditions and developing sustainable economic models. Furthermore, the limited archaeological evidence of Tartessos serves as a reminder of the fragility of cultural legacy. It emphasizes the importance of preserving historical records and artifacts to maintain connections with our past and learn from previous civilizations. Researching Tartessos presents several significant challenges for archaeologists and historians. The primary obstacle is the scarcity of physical evidence. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the first millennium before Common Era, left behind few tangible remains. Many of its sites are believed to be buried beneath modern cities or submerged underwater due to changes in sea levels over the millennia. Another major hurdle is the limited written records about Tartessos. Most of what we know comes from Greek and Roman sources, which can be biased or inaccurate. The Tartessians themselves left no known written accounts, making it difficult to understand their culture and history from their own perspective. This lack of primary sources forces researchers to rely heavily on archaeological findings and interpretations of secondary texts. The passage of time has also complicated research efforts. Over 2,000 years have elapsed since the decline of Tartessos, during which numerous other civilizations have occupied the same region. This layering of cultures makes it challenging to distinguish Tartessian artifacts and structures from those of other periods. Additionally, many potential Tartessian sites have been disturbed or destroyed by subsequent human activity, further obscuring the archaeological record. Lastly, the mythical status Tartessos acquired in ancient times has both helped and hindered modern research. While it has sparked interest in the civilization, it has also led to speculation and romanticized notions that can cloud objective study. Scientists must carefully separate fact from fiction, a task made more difficult by the limited available evidence. Despite these obstacles, ongoing research continues to shed new light on this enigmatic ancient culture. Changing sea levels pose significant challenges for archaeologists searching for Tartessian sites along the coast of southern Spain. Over the past 3,000 years, sea levels have risen considerably, submerging many ancient coastal settlements and ports that once belonged to the Tartessian civilization. This rise in sea level has effectively hidden a wealth of potential archaeological evidence beneath the waters of the Mediterranean and Atlantic. Sites that were once on dry land during the height of Tartessian culture, roughly between 800 and 500 before the Common Era, may now lie several meters below the current sea level. The dynamic nature of coastal environments further complicates the search. Erosion and sediment deposition can alter shorelines dramatically over time, potentially burying sites under layers of sand or washing away valuable artifacts. This constant reshaping of the coast makes it difficult for researchers to pinpoint exact locations of ancient settlements based on historical records or geographical descriptions from ancient texts. Moreover, the submergence of these sites presents technical challenges for excavation and preservation. Underwater archaeology requires specialized equipment and techniques, making the exploration of submerged Tartessian sites more complex and costly than traditional land-based digs. Despite these obstacles, marine archaeologists continue to search the waters off southern Spain, hoping to uncover new insights into this enigmatic ancient civilization. Interdisciplinary research is crucial in uncovering the secrets of Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the Bronze Age. Archaeologists, historians, geologists, and linguists work together to piece together the puzzle of this enigmatic culture. Archaeological excavations have unearthed artifacts and structures that provide tangible evidence of Tartessian society. These findings are analyzed by experts in material culture who can determine the age, origin, and purpose of various objects. Historians then contextualize these discoveries within the broader framework of ancient Mediterranean civilizations, drawing connections to other cultures and historical events. Geologists contribute by studying the landscape and natural resources of the region, helping to understand why Tartessos thrived in this particular area. Their insights into metal deposits and mining techniques shed light on the economic foundations of Tartessian wealth. Linguists, meanwhile, grapple with deciphering the Tartessian language from inscriptions found on artifacts, offering glimpses into the society's communication and cultural expressions. By combining these diverse fields of study, researchers can construct a more comprehensive picture of Tartessos. This interdisciplinary approach allows for a deeper understanding of the civilization's rise, its interactions with other cultures, and its eventual decline, filling in gaps that no single discipline could address alone. Archaeologists and historians use several key methods to distinguish Tartessian artifacts from those of other ancient cultures. One crucial approach involves analyzing the unique artistic styles and motifs found on Tartessian objects. These often feature distinctive geometric patterns and animal representations that differ from those of neighboring civilizations. The materials used in Tartessian craftsmanship also provide important clues. Tartessos was renowned for its metalworking, particularly in gold and silver. The composition and techniques used in these metal objects can be indicative of Tartessian origin. Additionally, the presence of certain imported materials, such as ivory or amber, in combination with local resources, can suggest Tartessian trade networks and cultural influences. Epigraphic evidence plays a significant role in identification as well. The Tartessian language, written in a unique script derived from Phoenician, appears on some artifacts. This writing system, distinct from other Iberian scripts, serves as a strong marker of Tartessian culture when present. Context and location of discoveries are equally important. Artifacts found within known Tartessian settlements or burial sites are more likely to be of Tartessian origin. However, given the extensive trade networks of the Tartessians, their goods could be found far from their homeland, requiring careful analysis to determine provenance. Archaeologists are employing a range of advanced technologies to uncover the secrets of the ancient Tartessian civilization. Ground-penetrating radar is being used to map underground structures without disturbing the soil, revealing the layout of buried cities and settlements. This non-invasive technique allows researchers to identify potential excavation sites with unprecedented precision. Laser scanning technology, known as LiDAR, is helping to create detailed three-dimensional models of Tartessian artifacts and architectural remains. This method captures millions of data points to produce highly accurate digital representations, enabling researchers to study intricate details and patterns that might be missed by the naked eye. Spectroscopic analysis is shedding light on the composition and origin of Tartessian metals and ceramics. By examining the chemical makeup of these materials, scientists can trace trade routes and understand the technological capabilities of this ancient culture. Additionally, advanced DNA sequencing techniques are being applied to human remains, offering insights into the genetic makeup and potential migrations of the Tartessian people. These cutting-edge methods are complemented by improvements in radiocarbon dating, which now provide more precise timelines for Tartessian settlements and artifacts. By combining these technologies, researchers are piecing together a more comprehensive understanding of this enigmatic civilization that flourished in the Iberian Peninsula over 2,000 years ago. Researchers examining ancient sources about Tartessos face significant challenges in separating fact from fiction. The primary accounts of this enigmatic Iberian civilization come from Greek and Roman writers who often relied on second-hand information and may have embellished their tales. To account for potential bias, scholars employ a multifaceted approach, combining textual analysis with archaeological evidence and broader historical context. One key strategy involves cross-referencing multiple ancient sources to identify consistencies and discrepancies. By comparing accounts from different authors and time periods, researchers can better gauge the reliability of specific claims. They also consider the motivations and cultural perspectives of the ancient writers, recognizing that Greek and Roman authors might have projected their own values or misconceptions onto Tartessian society. Archaeologists play a crucial role in verifying or challenging written accounts. Excavations in southern Spain have unearthed artifacts and settlements that provide tangible evidence of Tartessian culture. By comparing these findings with descriptions in ancient texts, researchers can assess the accuracy of historical narratives and identify potential exaggerations or misinterpretations. Interdisciplinary collaboration further enhances our understanding of Tartessos. Linguists analyze inscriptions and place names, while geologists and climatologists help reconstruct the ancient landscape. This holistic approach allows researchers to build a more comprehensive and nuanced picture of Tartessian civilization, accounting for biases in ancient sources while uncovering new insights into this fascinating culture. Scientists grappling with the task of dating Tartessian artifacts and sites encounter several significant hurdles. The ancient Iberian civilization of Tartessos, which flourished in southern Spain between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era, presents unique challenges for archaeologists and historians. One major obstacle is the scarcity of well-preserved organic materials suitable for radiocarbon dating. The warm, humid climate of the region has led to the deterioration of many organic remains, limiting the effectiveness of this crucial dating method. Additionally, the acidic soils in some areas have further compromised the preservation of datable materials. Another challenge lies in the complex stratigraphy of Tartessian sites. Centuries of human occupation and natural geological processes have resulted in intricate layering, making it difficult to establish clear chronological sequences. This complexity is compounded by the fact that many Tartessian settlements were built atop earlier Phoenician colonies, blurring the lines between different cultural phases. The limited written records from the Tartessian period also pose a significant problem. While some inscriptions have been found, they are often fragmentary and difficult to interpret, providing little direct chronological information. This lack of textual evidence forces researchers to rely heavily on comparative analysis with better documented contemporary cultures, introducing potential inaccuracies in dating estimates. Scientific research on Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, faces several challenges related to politics and funding. Archaeological work in the region requires substantial financial support, which often comes from government grants or private institutions. When economic conditions are tight, funding for historical research can be reduced, slowing progress in uncovering Tartessian artifacts and sites. Political factors also play a role in Tartessian research. Local and national governments may prioritize certain historical periods or cultures over others, influencing where resources are directed. Additionally, modern urban development in areas potentially rich with Tartessian remains can create conflicts between preservation efforts and economic interests. International collaboration, crucial for comprehensive study of ancient civilizations, can be affected by diplomatic relations between countries. Restrictions on travel or data sharing may hinder the exchange of expertise and findings among researchers from different nations interested in Tartessian culture. Despite these challenges, dedicated archaeologists and historians continue their work, adapting to available resources and using innovative techniques to maximize their research potential. Public interest in Tartessos and its mysterious legacy helps maintain some level of support for ongoing investigations into this fascinating ancient society. The excavation and study of Tartessian sites presents several important ethical considerations for archaeologists and researchers. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain from around 1200 to 500 BCE, has left behind a rich cultural heritage that requires careful handling. One primary concern is the preservation of archaeological sites. Excavations can potentially damage or destroy valuable artifacts and structures if not conducted with utmost care. Archaeologists must balance their desire for knowledge with the need to protect these irreplaceable resources for future generations. This often involves using non-invasive techniques such as ground-penetrating radar before resorting to physical excavation. Another significant ethical issue is the treatment of human remains. Tartessian burial sites may contain the remains of individuals who lived thousands of years ago. Researchers must approach these remains with respect and dignity, considering the cultural and religious beliefs of both the ancient Tartessians and their modern descendants. This includes proper handling, storage, and potentially repatriation of remains when appropriate. The ownership and display of Tartessian artifacts also raise ethical questions. Many argue that these items belong to the cultural heritage of Spain and should remain in the country, while others believe they should be shared with the international community for study and appreciation. Museums and researchers must navigate these complex issues, ensuring that artifacts are displayed and studied in a manner that respects their cultural significance and promotes public education about Tartessian civilization. Archaeologists and historians face a complex challenge when studying the ancient Tartessian civilization of southern Spain. Multiple theories compete to explain the origins, development, and eventual decline of this enigmatic culture that flourished between 1200 and 500 BCE. One key debate centers on the extent of Phoenician influence on Tartessian society. Some researchers argue that Tartessos was largely an indigenous Iberian culture that developed independently, while others contend that Phoenician colonists played a crucial role in shaping Tartessian art, technology, and social structures. To balance these competing views, scientists carefully analyze archaeological evidence, including pottery styles, metalworking techniques, and architectural remains. Another point of contention is the true extent of the Tartessian kingdom. Ancient Greek and Roman sources describe a wealthy and powerful realm, but the archaeological record has yet to reveal definitive proof of a centralized Tartessian state. Researchers must weigh literary accounts against material evidence, considering potential biases in historical texts and the limitations of archaeological preservation. To navigate these conflicting theories, scientists employ interdisciplinary approaches, combining traditional archaeology with advanced technologies like satellite imaging and geophysical surveys. They also collaborate across specialties, bringing together experts in linguistics, metallurgy, and paleobotany to build a more comprehensive understanding of Tartessian civilization. By carefully evaluating all available evidence and remaining open to new discoveries, researchers continue to refine our knowledge of this fascinating ancient culture. Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, has captured the imagination of writers and artists for centuries. This enigmatic culture, known primarily through ancient Greek and Roman sources, has been portrayed in literature and fiction as a land of mystery, wealth, and advanced knowledge. In many works, Tartessos is depicted as a lost paradise, akin to Atlantis. Authors often describe it as a sophisticated society with unparalleled riches, particularly in silver and other precious metals. This portrayal draws from historical accounts that praise the metallurgical skills of the Tartessians and their abundant mineral resources. Some fictional accounts present Tartessos as a center of esoteric wisdom, possessing advanced scientific and magical knowledge. Writers have speculated about their supposed mastery of astronomy, navigation, and other sciences, sometimes linking them to ancient Egyptian or Phoenician traditions. These stories often involve quests to uncover lost Tartessian secrets or artifacts of great power. Modern historical fiction has also embraced Tartessos, using it as a setting for tales of adventure, trade, and cultural exchange in the ancient Mediterranean world. These novels typically blend known historical facts with imaginative speculation, bringing to life the vibrant culture and complex political landscape of this intriguing civilization. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain during the Bronze Age, has become a subject of fascination for conspiracy theorists and pseudo-archaeologists. This mysterious culture, known to the Greeks but lost to history for centuries, has sparked numerous alternative theories about its origins and significance. Some fringe researchers claim Tartessos was a highly advanced civilization with technology far beyond its time. They suggest the Tartessians possessed knowledge of metallurgy and navigation that surpassed even modern capabilities. These theories often link Tartessos to Atlantis, proposing that it was either the legendary lost city itself or a surviving colony. Pseudo-archaeological claims about Tartessos frequently involve alleged connections to extraterrestrial visitors. Proponents argue that the advanced knowledge attributed to the Tartessians could only have come from alien sources. They point to ancient texts and artifacts as evidence, interpreting them through a lens of modern technology and space travel. Despite the allure of these theories, mainstream archaeology firmly rejects such speculative claims. Scholars emphasize the need for evidence-based research and caution against sensationalizing the past. The true story of Tartessos, while still shrouded in mystery, continues to be uncovered through rigorous archaeological investigation and historical analysis. Tartessos has been featured in several documentaries and television shows, often portrayed as a mysterious and advanced ancient civilization. These productions typically focus on the enigmatic nature of Tartessos, emphasizing its wealth, sophisticated culture, and eventual disappearance. Many documentaries highlight the historical accounts of Tartessos, drawing from ancient Greek and Roman sources. They often discuss the civilization's reported abundance of silver and other precious metals, which attracted Phoenician traders and eventually led to increased contact with the Mediterranean world. Television shows sometimes dramatize the search for Tartessos, presenting it as a lost city akin to Atlantis. These programs often feature archaeologists and historians discussing various theories about the location and fate of Tartessos, while also exploring potential archaeological sites in southern Spain. Some productions delve into the cultural aspects of Tartessos, discussing its unique writing system, advanced metallurgy, and possible connections to other ancient civilizations. While these depictions aim to educate and entertain, they sometimes blend factual information with speculative theories, contributing to the ongoing mystique surrounding Tartessos in popular culture. The enigmatic ancient civilization of Tartessos has sparked considerable interest in southern Spain, particularly in the regions of Andalusia and Huelva. This mysterious culture, which flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, has left behind tantalizing archaeological clues that continue to intrigue historians and tourists alike. The allure of Tartessos has led to an increase in cultural tourism in the area, with visitors eager to explore potential sites associated with this lost civilization. Several museums in the region, such as the Archaeological Museum of Seville and the Juan Ramón Jiménez Museum in Moguer, have dedicated exhibits showcasing Tartessian artifacts and explaining the ongoing research into this ancient culture. Local tourism boards have capitalized on the Tartessos mystery, creating themed tours and promotional materials that highlight the potential connections between modern southern Spanish cities and this enigmatic ancient society. This has not only drawn history enthusiasts, but also general tourists curious about the region's rich past. While the exact location of the Tartessian capital remains unknown, the search for it has led to increased archaeological activity in the area. This ongoing research has itself become a point of interest for tourists who can visit active dig sites and learn about the latest discoveries. The combination of ancient mystery and modern scientific inquiry has created a unique draw for visitors to southern Spain, boosting the region's tourism industry and encouraging a deeper appreciation for its complex historical heritage. Modern artistic interpretations of Tartessos often paint a picture of a grand, mysterious civilization lost to time. However, these imaginative portrayals frequently diverge from the archaeological evidence uncovered so far. Excavations in southern Spain have revealed remnants of a sophisticated culture that flourished between the 9th and 6th centuries before Common Era, but the findings are more modest than many artistic renderings suggest. Archaeological discoveries include intricate gold and silver jewelry, advanced metalworking techniques, and evidence of complex trade networks. These artifacts indicate a prosperous society with skilled craftsmen and far-reaching commercial connections. Yet, the scale and opulence often depicted in modern art are not fully supported by the physical evidence. One area where artistic interpretations and archaeological findings align is the portrayal of Tartessos as a hub of cultural exchange. Excavated items show influences from Phoenician, Greek, and indigenous Iberian cultures, confirming the region's role as a melting pot of Mediterranean civilizations. However, artists often exaggerate the size and grandeur of Tartessian cities, while actual urban remains are less extensive. The contrast between artistic visions and archaeological reality highlights the enduring allure of Tartessos. While artists capture the imagination with images of a lost golden age, archaeologists continue to piece together a more nuanced understanding of this ancient culture through careful analysis of the material record. This ongoing research gradually bridges the gap between fantasy and historical fact, offering a clearer picture of Tartessian society. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in the southern Iberian Peninsula, has found its way into the realm of video games and interactive media, albeit in a limited capacity. This mysterious culture, often associated with the legendary city of Atlantis, provides a rich tapestry of history and myth for game developers to explore. In some strategy games set in ancient times, Tartessos appears as a playable civilization or a location on historical maps. These games often incorporate elements of Tartessian culture, such as their advanced metallurgy and trade networks, allowing players to experience a simulated version of this enigmatic society. Adventure games and role-playing titles have also drawn inspiration from Tartessos, using it as a setting for quests and exploration. In these instances, the lost city of Tartessos becomes a focal point for treasure hunting or uncovering ancient secrets, tapping into the allure of its mysterious disappearance and supposed wealth. While not as prevalent as other ancient civilizations in gaming, Tartessos offers a unique blend of historical fact and legend that game developers can use to create intriguing narratives and immersive game worlds. Its relative obscurity compared to more well-known ancient cultures also provides an opportunity for players to discover and learn about this fascinating part of history through interactive experiences. The internet has significantly impacted public awareness and discourse surrounding Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain. Before widespread internet access, knowledge of Tartessos was largely confined to academic circles and local Spanish historians. Now, information about this mysterious culture is readily available to anyone with an internet connection. Online platforms have allowed amateur historians and enthusiasts to share theories and discoveries about Tartessos, sparking renewed interest in this enigmatic society. Forums, social media, and dedicated websites have become hubs for discussing archaeological findings, historical texts, and potential connections to other ancient civilizations. This democratization of information has led to a broader, more diverse conversation about Tartessos and its place in history. However, the internet has also contributed to the spread of speculative and sometimes unfounded claims about Tartessos. Some online sources link the civilization to Atlantis or attribute advanced technologies to them without solid evidence. While these ideas generate excitement, they can overshadow the factual information painstakingly gathered by archaeologists and historians. Despite these challenges, the internet has undoubtedly increased global awareness of Tartessos. It has facilitated collaboration between researchers, enabled the sharing of high-quality images of artifacts, and allowed for virtual tours of archaeological sites. This enhanced accessibility has brought Tartessos out of obscurity, making it a subject of fascination for history enthusiasts worldwide. Tartessos, an ancient civilization that flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula, is often shrouded in mystery and misconception. One common error is the belief that Tartessos was a single, unified city-state. In reality, it was likely a complex network of settlements and trading posts spread across a wider region. Another misconception is the idea that Tartessos was purely a mythical place, like Atlantis. While ancient Greek and Roman texts did romanticize Tartessos, archaeological evidence confirms its historical existence. The blending of fact and legend has led some to incorrectly portray Tartessos as a lost utopia or advanced technological society. Many also mistakenly believe that Tartessos culture suddenly vanished without a trace. In truth, the decline of Tartessos was likely a gradual process influenced by changing trade patterns and the arrival of Phoenician and Greek colonists. The Tartessian culture did not disappear, but rather evolved and merged with other Iberian cultures over time. Lastly, there is a tendency to overstate the wealth and influence of Tartessos. While it was indeed a prosperous trading civilization, some exaggerated accounts depict it as a rival to ancient superpowers like Egypt or Persia, which is not supported by historical evidence. These misconceptions highlight the need for continued research and public education about this fascinating ancient culture. Spain's rich history includes the ancient civilization of Tartessos, which flourished in the southwestern Iberian Peninsula. While direct celebrations of Tartessian heritage are not widespread, some local festivals and events in modern-day Andalusia incorporate elements that pay homage to this mysterious culture. In the city of Huelva, which sits near the ancient Tartessian heartland, the annual Colombian festivals include historical reenactments and exhibitions that sometimes feature Tartessian themes. These events showcase artifacts and replicas of Tartessian jewelry, pottery, and other archaeological finds, allowing visitors to connect with this ancient past. The town of Niebla, also in Huelva province, hosts a medieval festival that occasionally includes references to pre-Roman cultures, including Tartessos. During these events, local artisans create crafts inspired by Tartessian designs, and storytellers recount legends associated with this enigmatic civilization. Some smaller communities in the region organize cultural weeks or thematic events focused on local archaeology, where Tartessian heritage plays a significant role. These gatherings often feature lectures by historians and archaeologists, providing insights into ongoing research about Tartessos and its influence on the area's cultural development. Media producers have a significant responsibility when portraying ancient civilizations like Tartessos. As guardians of historical narratives, they must strive for accuracy and avoid sensationalism. Tartessos, a mysterious culture that flourished in southern Spain during the Bronze Age, is often shrouded in myth and speculation. This makes it crucial for media creators to rely on solid archaeological evidence and expert consensus when crafting their portrayals. One key aspect of this responsibility is distinguishing between established facts and theoretical interpretations. While some artistic license is expected in media productions, producers should clearly differentiate between what is known about Tartessos and what remains conjecture. This approach helps viewers understand the current state of knowledge about this enigmatic civilization without conflating fact and fiction. Moreover, media producers should consult with archaeologists and historians specializing in Iberian prehistory to ensure their depictions are as accurate as possible. This collaboration can lead to more nuanced and authentic portrayals of Tartessian culture, society, and technology. By doing so, producers not only educate their audience, but also contribute to the preservation and appreciation of this important part of human history. Ultimately, responsible media representation of Tartessos can spark public interest in archaeology and ancient history. This increased awareness can potentially lead to greater support for research and conservation efforts, furthering our understanding of this fascinating civilization and its place in the broader context of Mediterranean history. Recent excavations in southern Spain have uncovered several promising sites that may shed new light on the enigmatic civilization of Tartessos. The ancient city of Huelva, located near the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, has yielded a wealth of artifacts dating back to the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. These findings include intricate gold jewelry, sophisticated pottery, and evidence of advanced metalworking techniques, all of which point to a thriving and technologically advanced society. Another site of great interest is the Turuñuelo de Guareña in Extremadura. This massive complex, only partially excavated, has revealed an unprecedented level of architectural sophistication for its time. The discovery of well-preserved organic materials, including textiles and wooden objects, offers a rare glimpse into the daily life of the Tartessians. Underwater archaeology off the coast of Doñana National Park is also yielding promising results. Submerged structures and artifacts suggest the presence of a large port city, potentially one of the main centers of Tartessian trade. This site could provide crucial information about the maritime activities and international connections of this mysterious culture. As excavations continue and new technologies are applied to existing sites, archaeologists are optimistic that we will soon have a much clearer picture of Tartessian society, its origins, and its eventual decline. These ongoing discoveries are gradually piecing together the puzzle of this once-forgotten civilization, revealing its importance in the ancient Mediterranean world. Recent developments in DNA analysis techniques offer exciting possibilities for uncovering new insights about the Tartessian civilization. These ancient people inhabited the southwestern Iberian Peninsula during the first millennium before Common Era, leaving behind intriguing archaeological remains and a mysterious legacy. By applying advanced genetic sequencing methods to human remains found at Tartessian sites, scientists can potentially reconstruct the genetic profiles of these long-lost individuals. This information could reveal details about their ancestry, physical characteristics, and even potential genetic adaptations to their environment. Furthermore, comparing Tartessian DNA with that of other ancient and modern populations might help trace their origins and migrations, shedding light on their connections to other Mediterranean cultures. DNA analysis could also provide valuable information about the Tartessian diet and lifestyle. By examining genetic material preserved in teeth and bones, researchers might identify specific plants and animals that were part of their regular diet. This data, combined with archaeological evidence, could paint a more comprehensive picture of Tartessian agricultural practices and trade networks. Additionally, advancements in environmental DNA analysis might allow scientists to study genetic material preserved in soil samples from Tartessian sites. This could offer insights into the local flora and fauna of the time, helping to reconstruct the ecological context in which this civilization thrived. Such multifaceted genetic investigations have the potential to significantly enhance our understanding of the Tartessian people and their place in ancient Mediterranean history. Citizen science could play a crucial role in future discoveries related to Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain. As technology advances and becomes more accessible, amateur archaeologists and history enthusiasts can contribute significantly to our understanding of this enigmatic culture. Digital platforms and mobile applications could enable citizens to report potential archaeological sites or artifacts they encounter. These tools might use artificial intelligence to help identify Tartessian-style objects, allowing researchers to map possible areas of interest more efficiently. Crowdsourcing efforts could also assist in analyzing satellite imagery or LiDAR data, helping to identify hidden structures or settlement patterns across vast areas. Furthermore, citizen scientists could participate in virtual excavations, examining high-resolution images of archaeological sites from their homes. This approach could accelerate the process of identifying and cataloging artifacts, potentially uncovering new insights into Tartessian daily life, trade networks, and cultural practices. Engaging the public in this way not only accelerates research, but also fosters a deeper connection between modern communities and their ancient heritage. As more people become involved in the search for Tartessian remains, it could lead to increased awareness and protection of archaeological sites, ensuring that valuable information about this mysterious civilization is preserved for future generations. Climate change poses significant challenges for archaeological work on Tartessian sites in southern Spain and Portugal. Rising sea levels threaten coastal areas where many Tartessian settlements were located. As waters encroach on these sites, valuable artifacts and structures could be damaged or lost forever. Increased storm intensity and frequency may accelerate erosion of archaeological sites near rivers and coastlines. This could expose fragile remains prematurely, leaving them vulnerable to destruction before proper excavation and study can occur. Changing rainfall patterns could also impact preservation, with periods of drought potentially drying out and cracking sensitive materials, while increased precipitation might lead to waterlogging and decay. Temperature changes could affect the chemical composition of soils, potentially altering the preservation conditions for organic materials and metals. This might compromise the integrity of artifacts and make accurate dating more difficult. Additionally, shifts in vegetation patterns due to changing climate could make it harder to identify and access some Tartessian sites, especially those in more remote areas. On the other hand, climate change might reveal new sites as shifting coastlines and changing landscapes expose previously hidden remains. This could provide archaeologists with fresh opportunities to study Tartessian culture, albeit under challenging circumstances. Adapting to these changes will require innovative techniques and technologies to locate, preserve, and study these important historical sites in the face of a rapidly changing environment. Advancements in remote sensing technologies are poised to significantly enhance Tartessian research. Ground-penetrating radar systems with improved resolution could reveal hidden structures and artifacts beneath the soil, providing archaeologists with detailed maps of ancient Tartessian settlements without the need for extensive excavation. Artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms are being developed to analyze vast amounts of archaeological data. These tools could identify patterns and connections in Tartessian artifacts, inscriptions, and site layouts that human researchers might overlook, potentially unlocking new insights into this enigmatic civilization. DNA analysis techniques continue to evolve, offering the possibility of extracting and sequencing genetic material from ancient Tartessian remains. This could shed light on the origins, migrations, and genetic diversity of the Tartessian people, as well as their relationships with other ancient Mediterranean cultures. Advances in underwater archaeology, such as improved autonomous underwater vehicles and advanced sonar systems, could revolutionize the exploration of submerged Tartessian sites along the coast of southern Spain. These technologies may uncover well-preserved artifacts and structures that have been hidden beneath the waves for millennia, providing a wealth of new information about Tartessian maritime activities and coastal settlements. International collaboration could significantly enhance our understanding of Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain. By bringing together archaeologists, historians, and researchers from different countries, we can pool resources, expertise, and technologies to uncover more about this enigmatic culture. Spanish archaeologists have been at the forefront of Tartessos research, but collaborating with experts from other nations could provide fresh perspectives and innovative approaches. For instance, specialists in ancient trade networks from Italy or Greece could offer insights into Tartessos' role in Mediterranean commerce. Scholars from Britain, with experience in studying other ancient Atlantic cultures, might contribute valuable comparative analysis. Advanced technologies from various countries could also play a crucial role. German ground-penetrating radar experts could help locate buried structures, while American underwater archaeology teams could explore submerged Tartessian ports. French specialists in ancient metallurgy could analyze Tartessian artifacts, shedding light on their advanced metalworking techniques. Moreover, international collaboration would facilitate the sharing of artifacts and data across borders, allowing for more comprehensive studies. This global approach could help piece together the puzzle of Tartessos, revealing its true significance in the ancient world and its connections to other contemporary civilizations. Tartessian studies are poised for exciting developments in several key areas. Advances in archaeological techniques and technology are opening up new possibilities for uncovering and analyzing Tartessian artifacts and settlements. Ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery are helping researchers identify potential dig sites, potentially leading to the discovery of previously unknown Tartessian cities or trading outposts. Linguistic analysis of Tartessian inscriptions is another promising field. As more texts are discovered and deciphered, scholars are gaining a deeper understanding of the Tartessian language and its relationship to other ancient Iberian languages. This improved linguistic knowledge may shed light on Tartessian culture, religious practices, and social structures. Genetic studies are also contributing to our understanding of the Tartessian people. By analyzing ancient DNA from Tartessian burial sites, researchers can trace population movements and genetic links between Tartessos and other Mediterranean cultures. This could provide valuable insights into the origins and interactions of the Tartessian civilization. Finally, interdisciplinary approaches combining archaeology, history, and environmental science are likely to yield new insights into Tartessian trade networks and their impact on the ancient Mediterranean world. By reconstructing ancient climate patterns and resource distribution, researchers can better understand the economic foundations of Tartessian power and influence. Virtual and augmented reality technologies offer exciting new possibilities for studying and presenting ancient cultures like Tartessia. These immersive tools could allow researchers and the public to explore reconstructed Tartessian settlements and experience daily life in this enigmatic Iberian civilization. Archaeologists could use virtual reality to visualize and test theories about Tartessian architecture and urban planning. By creating detailed three-dimensional models based on excavation data, researchers could gain new insights into how these ancient cities were designed and functioned. Augmented reality could overlay digital reconstructions onto real-world archaeological sites, helping visitors better understand the original layout and appearance of Tartessian ruins. For museum exhibits, virtual reality headsets could transport viewers back in time to walk the streets of a bustling Tartessian port city. Users could observe traders from different Mediterranean cultures interacting in the marketplace or see metalworkers crafting intricate gold and silver items. This type of immersive experience would make the abstract concept of an ancient civilization much more tangible and memorable for audiences. Augmented reality smartphone apps could also enhance visits to Tartessian archaeological sites. By pointing their device at ruins or artifacts, visitors could see digital overlays showing how objects originally looked or functioned. This technology could breathe new life into crumbling structures and fragmentary remains, helping people better appreciate the rich cultural heritage of the Tartessians and their important role in early Iberian history. As we continue to uncover the mysteries of the ancient Tartessian civilization, researchers face several important ethical considerations. Foremost among these is the respectful treatment of archaeological sites and artifacts. Excavations must be conducted with utmost care to preserve the integrity of the sites and avoid damaging irreplaceable historical evidence. Another crucial ethical concern is the involvement and consent of local communities in areas where Tartessian remains are found. Researchers must engage in meaningful dialogue with these communities, respecting their cultural heritage and ensuring they benefit from any discoveries made on their lands. The ownership and display of Tartessian artifacts also raise ethical questions. Museums and institutions must carefully consider the provenance of items in their collections and be prepared to repatriate objects if they were acquired through questionable means. This ties into broader discussions about cultural heritage and who has the right to possess and interpret ancient artifacts. Lastly, as technology advances, researchers must grapple with the ethics of using invasive techniques like DNA analysis on human remains. While such methods can provide valuable insights, they must be balanced against cultural sensitivities and the dignity of the deceased. These ethical considerations will continue to shape and guide Tartessian research, ensuring that our quest for knowledge respects both the past and present. Our understanding of Tartessos, the ancient civilization that flourished in southern Spain, is poised for significant advancements in the coming decade. Archaeological techniques are continually improving, offering new ways to uncover and analyze artifacts from this enigmatic culture. Remote sensing technologies, such as ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery, may reveal previously unknown Tartessian sites hidden beneath the earth or obscured by modern development. Advances in genetic analysis could provide insights into the origins and movements of the Tartessian people, potentially clarifying their relationships with other Mediterranean cultures. This DNA evidence, combined with improved dating methods, might help researchers construct a more accurate timeline of Tartessian history and its interactions with Phoenicians, Greeks, and other contemporaneous civilizations. Interdisciplinary collaborations between archaeologists, historians, linguists, and environmental scientists are likely to yield a more comprehensive picture of Tartessian society. By examining ancient climate data, agricultural practices, and trade networks, researchers may better understand the factors that contributed to the rise and eventual decline of this mysterious culture. As new discoveries emerge, our perception of Tartessos may shift from that of a semi-mythical kingdom to a well-documented civilization with clear historical significance. This evolving understanding could reshape our broader views on the complexity of pre-Roman Iberia and the interconnectedness of ancient Mediterranean societies.